A dneska si ešte dáme samozrejme Foodio. Takže v podstate bude niečo také ako jeden makovník denne, vždy na obed o tej 12. Medzi 11. a 12. Povedzme o tej 12. O tej 12. bude vždy niečo ako jeden mákovník. A po relaxačnom tréningovom dni, to znamená po tej 5. Medzi 5. a 6. Okolo 6. môžem povedať okolo 18. bude jedna várka. Tej šlamastiky. Čo to je? Jedna várka. Postavím dole na to. A som extra vyčerpaný. Nevedel som nič robiť. Takže o 12. okolo 12. O 12. niečo ako mákovník. A toto. Teraz si to namixujeme. Najprv si dáme studeného dešgroša a po studenom dešgrošovi si namixujeme toto. Dáme si minimálne 100 gramov. Okolo 100 gramov. Takže jeden mákovník. Jedlo malé, voláme to jedno malé jedlo, neviem, či to bude makovník, možno to budú sardinky, jedna konzerva sardiniek. Jedno malé jedlo na obed a po relaxačnom tréningovom dni si dáme toto. Okolo 100 gramov. Bude to pravdepodobne niečo viacej ako 100 gramov. Povedzme, bude to okolo 150 gramov. Máme tomu 150. A povedzme 120 gramov asi tohto. A ešte uvidíme, neviem koľko presne. Podľa toho, aká je tá lyžička veľká. Aká je tá jedna odmerka veľká. Koľko presne. Podľa toho, aká je veľká tá jedna odmerka. Toto. To je všetko. To je všetko. Takže dá sa povedať, že dve malé jedlá denne. Ako hento je také malé jedlo. Toto môžem povedať, že toto obsahuje sačky, toto obsahuje veci ako jedno malé jedlo. Toto je v podstate jeden mákovník. Keď si zoberiem, že 400 gramový mákovník obsahuje približne takto to má tiež. Toto samozrejme tá multivitaminová tabletka. To znamená jedno malé jedlo s tabletkou na obed a po relaxačnom tréningovom dni jedna tá prachovka. A tieto dve veci, jedno malé jedlo a henten nápoj, tie ma udržia nad vodou. Aby som nechudol. Aby som nechudol. Do toho samozrejme liter a pol minerálky nejaké najlepšie, teraz som budíš. Liter a pol minerálky, aby som si udržal, aby som nebol dehydratovaný. Z litra a pol denne dehydratovaný nebudem. Je to niečo viacej ako liter a pol, lebo ešte si mixujem toto a toho sa mixuje minimálne z 300 asi, 300 to vychádza, 300 ml. Takže skoro 2 litre denne vypijem. Skoro 2 litre. Dá sa povedať, lebo to sa mixuje. Takže ideme si dať studenú dešgršo. Takže taký je plán. Tieto dve veci ma udržia na úzde. Tieto dve veci ma udržia nad vodou. S tou vitamínovou tabletkou, s tým Jamiesonom. By som mal mať všetky vitamíny. Moja veľká výhoda je, že mám iba 56 kg, to znamená na svoju váhu nepotrebujem nejako veľa jesť, takže tieto veci mu úplne v kľude udržia nad vodou. Mám ekonomickú váhu, to je veľká moja výhoda, že mám ekonomickú váhu. Takže jedna tá odmerka má asi 30 gramov, môžem povedať, keď to dám trochu kopcom, tak je toho niečo viacej. To znamená, jedna tá odmerka má tricinu. Keď to dáme trochu kopcom, takú kopcom, keď to dáme tú odmerku, keď bude na vrchu taký kopec ako zmrzlina, tak je to minimálne tých 35 to dá. Tých 35 minimálne, to znamená 3 odmerky. 3 tie odmerky Foodia, pokiaľ nebudem mať vlastné, pokiaľ tu nebude vlastná odmerka v tomto, tak budem používať 3 hentie kopcovité. Zatiaľ si dám Foodio a dorazíme tohto piču sa, čo bude hovať.
To have a 14-hour overnight fast built around whole foods with good protein, plenty of fiber, and healthy fats as well. And because this is whole natural food that I eat, the refined carbs and the junk largely take care of themselves and fall away on their own. So this gives you much of the upside of fasting while still letting you actually live and eat with the people that you love. And also, it's easy enough to keep going for the rest of your life. And that is the unglamorous approach that honestly wins. So thank you for sticking to the end of this video. I really do hope you found it useful.
Fuck
Let
off.
me know in the comments what you liked, what you didn't like, what I can improve on in the future to help you learn more and to help you stay healthy. Please give it a like, subscribe to the channel, give it a hype as well, and I'll see you next time.
Takže sardinky ešte nie sú úplne vonku. Otázka je, nechce sa im moc chodiť do Billy, poviem pravdu. Ale čo je toto? Čo je slasher? Nechce sa im moc chodiť.
First one is a new for
Automatické blokovanie útokov. To nie je zlé. Ono. Samozrejme, problém sú nové pred očami, ale teraz tie nové pred očami zvládam o niečo lepšie. Ale to je brutalita tie nové pred očami. Možno sa tie nové pred očami nejako zredukujú. Ako hovorím, treba naozaj, ako som povedal, musím sa presvedčiť, že tie nové pred očami, že sa to nejako, že to bude lepšie, že nebudem tak vnímať. Že sa nejako budú redukovať. Či už je to, nemyslím si, že sa budú redukovať, myslím, že bude horšie, ale to je jedno, čo si myslím, musím sa presvedčiť. Musím sa oklamať, tak som to povedal. Musím sa oklamať, že tie nové pred očami, ktoré vidím, že to je dočasné. Že to nebude až také zlé, že sa počasie nejako sa zredukujú. Čo je toto? No slasher power má vyzerať zaujímavý.
50% drop chance for this list, which is shared by these items. So first there's the plan for the
to paint
Slasher Power Armor Paint Arms. The next one is the plan for the pint-sized Slasher
Takže to nepoužijem
Power
power.
Armor Jetpack, which has a drop chance of 4%. And the plan for the pint-sized Slasher Power Armor Legs, which is also 4%. and the pint-sized slasher power armor torso, which is also 4%. And there is also a new Auto X paint, the plan for the Super Slasher Auto X paint, which is also 4% drop chance.
To už je jedno, že
There
to
are
len
also
použijem.
legendary rewards. The first one is the random 4-star legendary item, which can be weapons, armor, power armor, which has a normal 4th star, so no bounty hunt or Bigfoot or something, which has a drop chance of 95%. And there's also this one, the Super Slasher, which is a rare Auto X with a unique effect which causes bleed damage, which has a drop chance of 5%. And this is how the full PA paint looks like. Just to remind you, the helmet plan drops from the quest, which will be completed when you defeat the reborn pint-sized slasher after the headhunts, and the other plans for this plan drop from the headhunt party crasher by a 4% drop chance. Thank you for watching. Check out the article on nukanites.com.
No, takže plán je jasný. Bude sa stavať po novom 9:40, aby som stával vždy v rovnaký čas. Tento pičný tučko ich všetky dáva dole. To je tučný Poliak. Aj tohto Crazy Hawaiiana zložil. Ale Crazy Hawaiian mu už zatočil trochu. On mu už zatočil. Chce schudnúť? Povedaj jeden mákovník denne. To je všetko. A schudneš. Daj si jeden mákovník denne, daj si na obed jeden mákovník a to je všetko. Garancia, že schudneš. Jebovia. Schudnúť je veľmi jednoduché. Povedaj málo. Povedaj málo.
Studies show that up to 75% of people are dehydrated, and most of them are actually drinking plenty of water. In fact, drinking more water could actually be making the dehydration worse, because water alone doesn't hydrate you the way you think. Hello, health champions. Today we're going to talk about how hydration really works and what most people are missing. So hydro, as in hydration, means water, and water flows very freely, but in the body, water is bound. It has to be held in place by something. And water follows electrolytes, and electrolytes are charged particles that have a pull that we're going to talk about. So sodium, potassium, magnesium, they act as gatekeepers for the water. And these minerals, these electrolytes, they exert a force, they exert a pull that moves water across membranes, across semi-permeable membranes in a process called osmosis. And the way this works can be shown in a classic experiment. So if you have a U-shaped tube, and this tube is open at both sides at the top, and then you have a fluid level here that it's going to balance out and it's going to be level due to gravity. But if you have a semi-permeable membrane here, such as our body cells, they're semi-permeable. They'll let some things through and not others. So water can usually flow freely, but virtually every other particle is too big to get across. And now, if we have various particles, electrolytes, and we're going to keep it really simple. In reality, we have trillions of these, but we're just going to put in, let's call it 10. So 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So now we have an equal amount of particles on each side.
Poviem, že na týchto pičných fúzoch sa mi vždy zachytí nápoj a potom mi kvapka na mňa. Je to veľký problém piť tieto veci. Ako voda je nič, keď kvapka na teba, voda to je OK, ale keď na teba kvapka takýto nápoj, tak to nie je dobré. To znamená piť takto z klasického pohára je veľký problém pre mňa, lebo tie fúzy sa tam namočia. Ako skúšam veľmi opatrne, tak aby sa nenamočili tam tie fúzy. Snažím sa ich dať nejako čo najvyššie. Ale je to problém.
Level. But if we were to add more particles on this side, now those particles are going to exert a pull. It's like a sponge. They're going to start pulling water across this membrane, and therefore this water level is going to rise and this water level is going to drop. So water follows wherever these particles go. And this is how your body works. This is how your cells work. This is how your kidneys work. They have semi-permeable membranes that control the particles and the water follows. So if you understood what I just said, then you understand that if we now lose electrolytes, now we're going to lose water. Just like the side lower, it had fewer electrolytes, then water is going to move away from there. And the key here to understand is what most people do is they just focus on water for hydration. But if we drink water without adding electrolytes, without taking sufficient electrolytes with it, now there's nothing to hold that water and it just gets flushed out. Now, the reason that we're alive at all and we don't lose all our fluids in a very short period of time is that the kidney is really good at reabsorbing minerals and water. So it filters out something like 200 to 300 bottles of water per day. Those little plastic drinking bottles, if you use that as an example for size, half a liter. And we filter, let's say 200 of those, but the kidney reabsorbs 199 out of 200 bottles, basically. And then we get those electrolytes back, and we get that water back. But it's not 100%, and it's not supposed to be. But the kidney is really good at regulating this stuff, but it's not perfect, and there is a limitation of matter. It can only do so much, and therefore, there will still be losses. We're still going to be missing and losing these electrolytes unless we replenish them. Now, here's something that is critical that hardly anyone ever talks about, and it's inside versus outside of the cells. When we take a blood test, when we try to measure these electrolytes in the blood, The blood test measures what's outside the cells, but most of them are actually inside. So chemical reactions, all the metabolic machinery, all the enzymatic reactions, they happen inside the cell. And when we look at these for the sodium, potassium, magnesium, and calcium, and first we're going to look at them in terms of body fluid, where they're dissolved in the body fluid. And now we have two compartments. We have inside the cell and we have outside the cell, which is also called extracellular fluid, which is the blood that we can measure. Now, sodium is about 10% inside the cell and 90% outside. It's known as the primary extracellular electrolyte. But the others, like potassium, is 98% inside the cell. Only
Koľko to má teraz slíka
2%
toto?
in the blood. Magnesium is 99% inside the
380.
cell, where it can drive over 300 different metabolic and enzymatic reactions. Only 1% in the extracellular fluid or the blood. And calcium is virtually non-existent inside the cell. It is a little bit in the blood, where it can also assist with enzymatic reactions. But we'll talk about where calcium is in a second. But here's what we're going to understand about this. What is the value of blood work, of a blood test? What can we really find out? Well, the only thing we can really see and get a good idea of is sodium, because 90% of that is in the blood. The others hardly exist in the blood at all. So we can't do a blood test and give us any sort of indication of how we're doing. And just to complete the picture, this is sort of a little bit on the side, but magnesium, 53% of it is actually in the bone, and 99% of the body's calcium is in the bone. And I'm just bringing this up as a whole body system availability versus what's dissolved in fluids. But when it comes to assessing our intracellular status and our total body status, the blood work really can't tell us much. So it's not like a lot of people think that you just go take a blood test and it shows us how much potassium or magnesium is there. It can give us an indication, but it really has to be severely deficient in the whole body, in the entire dissolved system, before it shows up in the blood, because that's just the last 1 or 2%. And one more reason that we don't really get an indication from the blood test is that most of the magnesium and the calcium is in the bone, but it's super important how much is in the blood. So the bone is sort of long-term reservoir, but the body will demand, it will pull magnesium and calcium from the bone to satisfy the requirements in the blood. So that's why we can leach magnesium and calcium from the bone for years or decades, and the body is going to do what it can,
Ja
what
som
it has to maintain those levels.
Ja som musel pekne líčovať, moje kosti musia byť úplne vylíčované.
So here are some of the signs and symptoms, what's going to happen, what you experience.
Moje kosti musia byť úplne vylíčované z magnézia a z vápniku úplne.
Fatigue or low energy. You could have headaches or brain fog. You could notice muscle cramps or weakness.
There we go.
You could experience poor sleep.
There we
You
go.
could notice heart palpitations, constipation, and also increased anxiety or irritability. Another possibility is also dizziness and low blood pressure. But the low blood pressure is primarily sodium, and that's not going to be the first one that people are deficient in. And perhaps the most important sign is that you experience thirst, even though you're drinking water on a regular basis. But here's something I've pointed out in many videos previously, that unfortunately...
To som tiež mal. Pil som vodu a aj tak som bol smedný. To si tiež pamätám. To bol tiež môj problém nedávno, mesiac dozadu. Pijem vodu a tak som smedný, nič mi to nerobí. Yeah. Dorazili sme tie 2 lyžičky Foodia. To bolo takých 70 gramov iba, ale stačí. Keď sme silou mocou chceli, môžeme si dať ešte môžeme si dať ešte o nejakej 9., 10. O nejakej 9. si ešte môžeme dať jednu várku, keby som chcel. Posaď sa, Gašparka. Posaď sa, daj si trochu orechy do nosa. Daj si orechy, tam máš železo. Tu máš železo. Železo.
These symptoms that we just went over on the previous slide, they can have many other causes. It's not that like one thing can cause a certain symptoms. So it's easy to get confused with other conditions. For example, if you experience fatigue, it could be that you have poor sleep or a slow thyroid or you're anemic. If you have muscle cramps, it could be that you're overtraining or you have circulatory problems. If you have palpitations, then that could be stress or too much caffeine. If you have brain fog, it could be low blood sugar or poor sleep. You get the idea. So the symptoms are not that straightforward to figure this out. And then we also said that the blood test really won't tell us much either. Because the mineral levels in the serum, in the blood, they could look perfectly normal, but behind the scenes, the cells are still getting depleted and the reservoirs of magnesium and calcium are getting pulled out of the bone. And this is why an electrolyte deficiency can be invisible until it's very severe.
Yeah.
So therefore, we have to know a little bit more and we have to start connecting the dots inside. And here's some of the questions that you can ask yourself to connect the dots. These symptoms we talked about, how long have you had them? Are they chronic? Have you had them for a long time? Did they come on suddenly or gradually? Do you drink water but you still get thirsty and you still feel a little bit off? It's like drinking water doesn't really help. Do you eat mostly processed food in your diet? Do you eat a low-carb diet? Do you do regular fasting? Or do you have a high stress level? Do your symptoms get worse when it's hot outside or when you exercise? So if you said yes to some or all of these questions, then it's likely, not definite, but it's likely and probable that there are some electrolyte deficiencies involved. And now, like we just said on the previous slide,
Would you like to see
the
greater
different
things in healthy
conditions, the symptoms can be caused by different conditions. So we don't know for sure, but here's the thing. Electrolytes are a good place to start because they're very safe, they're very simple, and they're quite inexpensive. So the solution, which you understand by now, is hydration, which means that you take water and electrolytes. Okay, you take not one or the other, but you take both at the same time for a period of time. So now when you drink water, you get water into the body, but the electrolytes is what keep the water in the body. And now also consistency matters more than quantity. It's not like you have to take mega doses, but you want to eat good food. And if you supplement with some electrolytes, then make sure that you get a well-balanced one and you do it consistently. And the best food sources, basically all sorts of whole food, but some really good ones for potassium is avocado, leafy greens, salmon. For magnesium,
Tabletka.
pumpkin seed is a
Tabletka a
fantastic
minerálne
source.
vody.
Dark chocolate is really good. Make sure that you don't overdo that one and that you stay to the dark chocolate. So try to get at least over 70% cocoa chocolate mass, and over 85 would be ideal. Also, spinach has a lot of magnesium. For sodium, it's not a problem for most people unless you just sweat tremendously. Like if you work outside, you exercise a lot, then sodium could also be a problem. A good source is pig salt, sea salt, olives, and pickles. Now, here's the thing, that most people get a lot of sodium, but not so much of the others. So if you get sodium without potassium and magnesium, that is what creates imbalances that accounts for most of the problems we talked about. And the modern diet, unless you cook all your foods and you don't add much salt, then most people get twice as much sodium.
Poďme sa pozrieť na toho Jamesona, koľko tam je. Počkej, ostaň tu. Nechod, hneď som tu. Hneď som tu. Ostaň. Nechce ísť, nepresvedčil som ho. Takže Jameson má v sebe oh, vitamín K 200%. Kde je horčík? Magnézium 50 mg. Sodík. Kde je nej? No to je jedno. To znamená, môžem pozrieť túto. Toto je. Horčík 50 mg, to je 13%. Draslík iba 4%, to je málo. Toto im moc nedoplní elektrolyty. Toto je nedoplní. Toto je nedoplní elektrolyty. Ale doplní mi železo. Elektrolyty nie je nejako extra veľa. Dá si len 4% odporúčanej dávky. Well, it is what it is. It is what it is. I guess. Koľko tam vitamínu C? Dosť. Ale vitamínu C má dosť. OK. No. Dobre. A doplň mi to všetky vitamíny B. Dá mi to C. Dá mi to vitamín D. Vitamín E, vitamín K1. Malo by to dať dosť. Mal by dať dosť takýto jeden Jameson. Mal by dať dosť. Mal by dať dosť. Jeden Jameson. Mal by dať dosť. Dosť elektrolytov dokopy s minerálnou vodou.
And magnesium that they need. Now, I'm not one who holds back on sodium. I don't think sodium is a problem because the kidneys can regulate it unless you're just really deficient in potassium and magnesium. So that's more of a key is to bring those up
Koľko dáva
than
food
it
je?
is to bring sodium down.
Koľko dáva food je?
Unless you already have a metabolic problem
Koľko dáva toto?
and you have high blood pressure and insulin resistance, now it can be a good
Koľko
idea
dáva
to
Foodio?
watch the sodium a little bit. And this is not to get to the root cause, but it's to control that blood pressure a little better. So you want to get as much as you can from food, but for a lot of people, food is not going to be the whole solution because most people don't necessarily eat 100% whole food. Another reason is, like we said, the modern diet has twice the sodium and half the potassium and magnesium of what you need. A lot of people do low carb, high fat, keto diets, and fasting. And these are excellent. That's what this channel is really all about. But we have to understand that when we go from an insulin resistant state, when we go from an overfed high insulin state, that retains more sodium and more minerals. It tricks the kidneys basically into retaining excess amounts. So when you try to change that, because it's a good thing to bring your insulin down and improve your metabolic health, now in the process of changing it, you're going to lose minerals. When insulin goes down, the excess retention is going to stop and you will flush out some minerals and some water. So even though these are good things, until you have sort of reached a new equilibrium, then mineral loss can be a problem. You can also lose minerals with high stress and high caffeine if you exercise a lot on a regular basis, or if you do work with heavy sweating, like if you do a lot of work outside in the summer. As we get older, our digestion isn't quite what it used to be, so our absorption rates of these minerals decline. We need a lot of acid to absorb these minerals, and as we age, we make less stomach acid, and the overall state of our
Máme
digestive
Jamesona.
tract also goes
Jamesona
down.
maximálnu silu.
Then, if you have poor gut health,
Ako máme Jamesona maximálnu silu. Bacha na to. Máme Jamesona
and a big
maximálnu
one
silu.
that most people don't realize is the soil
Máme
depletion.
Jamesona.
That
Všetko
we're
OK.
losing topsoil, we don't
Jamesona.
grow plants and vegetables the way we used
Do
to,
toho príde toto.
and therefore they
Ešte
don't
máme nejaké
have
Foodio a to
the
končí.
concentration of minerals.
Takže do Jamesona máme
So
toto.
you do the best you can.
Do toho
with
nejaké
the
minerálne
diet,
vody.
but for all these reasons, that may not
Makovník.
be enough.
We're good.
So if
Very
you
good.
choose to supplement, you want to make sure that you get a well-rounded and complete
good.
product. So I
Very good.
introduced something called U-Lite, which is the most complete electrolyte on the market a few years ago. The first flavor we had was lemon lime, and then for the purists who don't want any sort of stevia or flavoring or any kind of sweet taste throws them off, we have an unflavored as well.
Nemáme
And
nič
I'm
biele, čo?
super excited to announce that we are introducing 2 new flavors. We're going to have a watermelon and a chocolate. And if you want to give any of these a try, I'll put a link down below so you can check it out. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
Otázka znie, či sú v byle tie Adria sardinky? Či sú v byle Adria sardinky? No. Ale v byle mám lacné vody. Piče, mal by som ísť do Bily. To stojí 50 centov. To stojí iba 50 centov. Čo znamená Bilo bonus? Potrebujem to ako kartu alebo niečo? Táto byla divná. Potrebuješ tú kartu? Bilo bonus, že musí mať kartu? Zbylo bonus aplikácia, lebo to nás nezaujíma teda. Nechcem sa im moc ísť do Billy, poviem pravdu vôbec. Nemáme na tú značku. Nemáme na ten obchod. Otázka nie. Či tam majú Adria sardinky. No, Bila mala kedysi Adria sardinky, možno ich majú stále. Kto je? Otázka, či chcem povedať sardinky. Tu nevidím ani žiadne vody. Unfortunate. To je stále to majú toto. Mohol by som zobrať klasickú budič. Za 55 centov. Ale tam majú vody. To v najhoršom prípade, keby som nič nezobral, minimálne by som zobral nejakú minerálnu vodu, by som zobral toto. Zase budíš klasiku. Klasiku. A? A? Tak kofle dá ako hovno. To čo sú za ceny? No. Nie som si nejako istý ničo. Bilé riziko. Ak tam pôjdem a nebudú tam mať sardinky, tak som v prdeli. Nebudú tam mať Adriu, tak som v prdeli. To by nebolo dobré. Na pondelok už nemám makovník. Zobral som makovník iba do nedele. Zobral som iba 2 makovníky. Na sobotu a na nedelu. Mal som zobrať 3 pre istotu. Goddammit. Whatever, to je fajn. Whatever. Budeš po záloha. Right. V podstate bez akcie je taká istá cena ako v kraji. Je veľký problém s Teskom, že nemá kvalitné sardinky. Tieto Naturfarm nepoznám. Nemajú kvalitu tieto aspoň? Tieto. Čo to je zač? Asi ťažko, čo? Asi ťažko, čo? Maroko. Goddammit. Nechceš sardinky z Maroka. Goddammit, man. Všetko je Maroko, všetko. To je úplne jedno, pod akým balením to je. Tieto všetky sardinky, Gianna, podľa mňa je toto. To je podľa mňa všetko to isté, ako tieto nepoznám. A poďte sa ich pozrieť. Pokiaľ nie sú balené v Maroku, to sú chorvátske. Tieto by mali byť OK. Chorvátske mali byť OK. Chorváti nie sú balení v Maroku. Ako serem na to, že nemajú v Tesku alebo v kraji kvalitnú značku. Nemajú tam tieto Adria Queeny. Tieto Adria Queeny. Tieto sú OK. Tieto mali byť OK. Tieto Adria Queeny. Mali byť OK. Tak sa to volá. Pum, pum. Tieto mali byť OK. Tieto by mali byť OK. Môžu mať bile? Mali ich bile kedysi. To je ten problém, tá dilema, ktorú mám. Tu ich mali v bile kedysi, toto vidíme. Zľava z 1,67 na 1,27. A preto som taký, že ak ich v bile mali raz, tak teoreticky mali by mať non-stop. Aj tu je. A asi predsa on bude musieť isknúť tú bielu. Je vysoká šanca, že v biele budú mať tieto. To by fixlo moje problémy. Bude musieť isknúť tú bielu. Aj keď sa snaží vyhýbať mesu, ale čo má byť? To je ťažké, lebo to máš takú dilemu. Na jednej strane si povieš, že aj tak nič nezmením, keď to nebudem jesť, lebo tie ryby sú aj tak zabité. To je také, že na jednej strane si povieš, že tie ryby sú aj tak zabité. Že to nie je, že ja ich teraz nezabijem, oni sú už mŕtve teraz. Na druhej strane si povieš, že ale tak to podporuješ, keď budeš kupovať mŕtve, keď ich budeš kupovať, tie mŕtve ryby, tak ich logicky budú zabíjať. Lebo ich vždy niekto kupuje. Lenže znova, ja to sám nezmením, to sa nezmeníš, ľudstvo nezmeníš. Vždy bude strašne veľa ľudí, ktoré budú zabíjať, ktoré budú povedať mäso. Vždy bude strašne veľa ľudí, ktorí budú povedať mäso a vždy sa bude stále zabíjať rovnaký počet. Ako to, či ja zjem jednu konzervu sardiniek denne, to nič nezmení na to. A zase môžeme dilematizovať, že keď si povie 1 000 000 ľudí, to je dilema. Asi zdobili a keď tam nebudú mať tie sardinky, zobrať tam mákovník, aký tam Bila má. Konec koncov to aj tak beriem iba na pondelok, útorok, stredu. Iba 3 dni beriem. Štvrtok idem znova. Mal by som chodiť 2-krát týždenne do obchodu. Pondelok a štvrtok. A naozaj vysoká šanca, že v Bile môžu mať tieto. Lebo dosť často ich majú v akcii. A to znamená, keď ich nemajú v akcii, tak majú tiež dobrú cenu okolo. No lenže cena išla brutálne hore odvtedy. Takže očakávam, že budú stať minimálne 2 €, možno 2,20 €. Očakávam zvýšenú cenu. A to sú jedni z tých, ktoré sa dajú zohnať za rozumnú cenu. A toto máš namiesto mákovníku. 3 rohlíky a jedna takáto plechovka sardiniek. To je ako mákovník plus minus. Len ekonomický mód. Je to dilema s tým mesom, no je to dilema. Dáme za 18 950. Uh, Poviem, je to dilema. Ale v Bile je šanca, že môžu mať tie Adria. Lebo v minulosti im mávali. Možno budú mať v Bile nejaké sardinky. Keď nebudú mať, tak potom budem musieť zobrať nejaký makovník z Billy. A dúfať, že ten makovník nebude drahší ako 2,5 eura. Čo by nemal byť, po pravde. Ale by nejako drahšie ako 2,5 eura. Nič, pondelok ideme do Billy. Zistiť, že tam nemajú tieto. Zistiť, že tam nemajú sardinky, ktoré... Ako sardinky sú najmenej správne sardinky, správne sardinky sú najmenej najmenej škodlivé jedlo. Problém je, že každé jedlo je škodlivé. Otázka znie ako veľmi. Ako najďalší bol King Oscar, ale King Oscar sa nedá zohnať. Je to dilema. Je to dilema. Tu mám 7000 iba, takže to bude mať nejako pol hodina. Venomous Swamp. Venomous Swamp je dobrá vec. Venomous Swamp. Ako sa predáva tá sáčka? Môžeš craftnúť Venomous Swamp? Môžeš, čo? Môžeš craftnúť tento core, otvoriť ho a dúfam, že z ťaho vyťažíš Venomous Swamp. A dúfam, že vyťažíš Venomous Swamp. Sa aj neoplatí. Ako ísť na to bossa kvôli tomuto je to sačko jedno. Preto sa nerad spoliehaš na toto hovno. Preto nerad vôbec točíš na hnitý trón, lebo to je ničo. Takže si môžeš mať jednu várku Foodia. Teoreticky si môžeme dávať dve várky. Dve lyžičky po cvičení a dve lyžičky okolo 9. večer, okolo 9. no. 9. 10. to je jedno. Ja chodím spávať aj tak najskôr o 2. Takže to znamená čo povedal Matovič? Ukážu.
Ale aj nie. Čítame.
Pozerať nie na svojich voličov ako jednu takú homogénnu masu, že tu máš svinia žer a vybavené. Že tí ľudia musia akceptovať všetko. V tej opozícii sú strašne rozličné skupiny voličov. Fico to má veľmi omnoho jednoduchšie na tej druhej strane. A v tej opozícii sú aj takí, a to aj poviem aj špeciálne v PS-ku voliči, ktorí majú sakra vysoko postavenú latku. A keď vidia od niekoho, že síce ten problém jasné, že tie podvody sú výrazne menšieho rangu ako podvody Smeru, ale niekto s nimi nehrá čestnú hru, že robí s nich normálne, že sa hrá s nimi takú hru na slepú babu a chce sa tváriť, že však vlastne to bola jedna faktúra. Hoci je zjavné, že to boli desiatky tisíc, čo si nechal preplatiť tie telefóny za tie rokúce, ktoré študoval v zahraničí a jednoducho drahý účet za telefón platila mamička zo štátnych peňazí. A keď potom ten volič náročný vidí, že sa niekto s ním zahráva, že si v podstate ho považuje za hlupáka, tak ten náročný volič, viete, čo si povie? Ja ti na to serem, ja ťa voliť nebudem. A toto je presne ten prepad hlasov PSK. Že 23 či 24% prepadli. Nie. Ja sa snažím ho zobudiť, aby si uvedomil, že on má inteligentných voličov. Že on nemá jednoduchých voličov, ako si teda myslí aj presvedčený Fico len o tých svojich a môžem hoceké klamstvo povedať a oni mu to zhltnú aj s navijakom. A že PSK alebo opozícia má aj inteligent, naozaj ľudí, ktorí majú nadmieru vysoko postavený, by som povedal,
Koľko mu klesli preferencie?
prach citlivosti a keď sa to, alebo nie, no dobre, to pomotal, to je jedno.
ľudia nepôjdu voliť,
A keď tí ľudia nepôjdu voliť, tak tá opozícia to prehrá. Jasné. A preto sa s tými ľuďmi nemôžeme zahrávať. Preto nemôže Šimečka sa s tými ľuďmi klamať. Áno, v relatívne aj menších zlodejinách, ale druhá vec, čo platí, keď niekto podvádza v malom, bude podvádzať vo veľkom. O tom som presvedčený.
Priatelia, teraz ste to počuli sami na konci, keď niekto podvádzal v malom, bude podvádzať vo veľkom. Tak toto je Igor. Takto tu bude robiť Šimečka. Ja teraz vyzývam generálneho prokurátora, aby konal na základe tohto videa, lebo nemôže to povedať hoci kto len tak na niekoho, že keď podvádzal v malom, bude podvádzať vo veľkom, lebo na základe tohto, čo si teraz povedal, už prakticky my teraz vieme, že ako to by to malo ísť, alebo byť. A teraz by mal zasiahnuť už minimálne ten generál...
Idú dole, či čo? Čo preferencie PS klesli? 18%, 18,5%, tam je to tesné. Je zaujímavé, že republika sa drží celkom vysoko. Hlas klesol, KDH. Tieto preferencie, to je tak hovno. To je hovno. Nuda pláže. Že nájde sa pár pánov, ktorí obťažujú, že? Fuck, nájde sa pár pánov. Nájde sa pár pánov. Tie nohy bolia, ale dneska sú už ľahšie dali nepočutí. Prišiel som s našim makarónom, už je tu. Už je tu náš makarón, prezývaný Makoš. Nájde sa pár pánok, to je okokúčený. Nájde sa pár pánok, ktorí obťažujú ženy. Let's go. Hľadaš. Povedaš ako hladný chat. Nájde sa pár pánov, ktorí obťažujú ženy, pár pánov. Nájde sa pár pánov. No, pár pánov. No, sme si rozhovali, nájde sa pár pánov. A sme si rozumeli, nájde sa pár pánov. Pár knoflikážov. Pár makarónov. Nájde sa pár pánov, ktorí obťažujú ženy, pár pánov. No, nájde sa pár pánov. Pár drobiskov sa nájde, pár drobiskov. Koľko postavím? To mi stačí. Čo je? Nájde sa pár pánov. Čo je? Čo funíš? Chceš trošku pomixovať? Chceš trošku vrch? Slnečnicový vrch? Taký makarón? Neflikáš? Toto už zrušili. Títo lídry už tu nie sú, toto už zrušili. Už tam nie je líder. Ešte dobre, že som robal dosť líderov do konca života. Lídry už nie sú.
Looks like he's
that is water going to stay in the gear. I'll just put oil on the nut catch for when it wakes up.
Oh fuck. Oh. Nič, pondelok pojem do obedy. Otestujeme bill. Či tam budú mať alatrie. Respektíve, či byle budú mať kvalitné sardinky do 2,5 €. To nerastie. Ono je to zošatované. To je to, čo potrebujem na operu. To je to, čo mi chýba. Prika. To je ono. A to je problém. Mi zničili prika, fuck, to je problém. Oni sa nachádzajú tam dole. Oni sa nachádzajú okolo tej rieky. Fuck, to je problém, ten prika. Neviem, či tu sú nejaké. Pochybujem. Oni sa nachádzajú okolo tej rieky. Tuto. Dajko, lajko.
happen if you only eat sardines for 5 days? Advanced foods on planet Earth. It costs less than $2 per can, and it's not really even on the radar of many doctors, and definitely not talked about by Big Pharma, because the clinical trial came out of Barcelona that I want to share with you. Roughly, they had 150 people. They divided them in 2 groups. One of the groups just added 2 cans of sardines per week, and the other group did not. And the group that just added 2 cans of these per week cut their diabetic risk from 37% down to 8%. And the lead researcher called this a huge scientific discovery. My question was, what would happen if you added 3 of these cans every single day for 5 straight days? In 1 can of sardines, you have basically 23 grams of protein. Okay, it's high quality protein. You have 900 milligrams of a combination of EPA and DHA. Both of these combined are omega-3 fatty acids. You also have 382 milligrams of calcium. We have 348% of your B12. You have vitamin D. You have selenium, phosphorus, and then we have taurine, which is interesting. I'm going to actually get into that. But of course, all of these right here times 3, because you're eating 3 cans of them per day. And I want to touch just on this right here. 900 milligrams of omega-3 fatty acids, EPA and DHA. Do you know what an average American consumes? Roughly about 100 milligrams of EPA and DHA every single day. But if we times this times 3, we're talking about 2,700 milligrams of EPA and DHA, which will take your levels to a whole new range, a therapeutic level. And the things that it can fix are mind-blowing. I'm going to get into that. I highly recommend you get the sardines with the skin, with the bones in it, and in extra virgin olive oil. So on day 1 of eating just sardines, of course, you're going to have water, electrolytes. If you want to drink tea or coffee, you can do that. If you're going to add some cream, just the tiniest bit of cream. So what's happening in the body? 0 carbohydrates, 0 sugars. The body is going to be starting to burn fat. It's going to be switching over from sugar burning to fat burning starting in day 1. Now, during the process, your body has to burn off the stored sugar. That's called glycogen. That's in your liver. So within the first 24 hours, that's going to be lost. A lot of water is attached to this glycogen. So you're going to lose a lot of water weight initially. And this is why I recommend your electrolytes. Make sure it has potassium and magnesium, as well as sodium. Now, this is a very different type of fast than a prolonged fast where you're just drinking water and taking electrolytes. You're adding a very high density protein food, okay, sardines, with a lot of nutrients. So for most people, this is going to be a lot easier because they're not going to feel weak. They're actually going to feel stronger, and they're getting a lot of nutrients at the same time. And so you could call this a sardine fast. And also, it would mimic something called a fasting mimicking diet, because that diet has shown to produce a lot of benefits. But we're doing the fasting mimicking diet with something that's a lot more nutrient dense than what most people do when they're adding smaller amounts of calories that are not even close to being as nutrient dense as what we're going to do. So in other words, we're able to mimic the benefits of fasting by consuming a low calorie diet for 5 days. The first 2 days might be a little bit rough for some people that have never done this before, because they have to transition into what's called ketosis, which, by the way, is a fuel that your brain will love. But it does take a couple days to get into this. We're making this transition by cutting down the carbs and bringing insulin way, way, way down, so then your body switches over to burning your own fat. Many people never tap into their own fat, okay, because they never reduce the carbohydrates and the insulin down far enough to be able to tap into the fat. So basically, this is going to be 5 days of pure fat burning, and your body's going to be flooding with very therapeutic ketones. Ketones are byproducts of fat. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, on day 2, for some people that have never done this before, it's going to be a little bit tough, but you'll have a type of hunger called dopamine hunger, which is different, where you would want some variety, like you would want some chips or something spicier or something with different flavor, but you're not going to actually have hunger pains because your body has just started to tap into your fat, and you're actually eating your fat through this whole process, even when you're sleeping, that's what you're living off of. Because when you don't lower your carbohydrates, your sugars, and your insulin, you're basically running off the stored glycogen in your liver. But we already tapped that out. So we're basically tapping into pure fat. So if given the choice, your brain is going to want ketones. So you're going to start to feed your brain these ketones, and you're going to have mental clarity on day 2. You're going to just start feeling like very, very focused. You'll have more attention. Also, if you have any inflammation in the body, that's going to start to go down. Because what is in these omega-3 fatty acids is something called resolvins that help turn off inflammation. But to be able to get enough to do that, you have to have high doses. Well, you're consuming literally 2,700 milligrams of EPA and DHA. So you're going to be able to turn that inflammation off. Most supplements, if you look at the amount of DHA and EPA, you're only talking like 200 milligrams, okay, per dosage. So we're doing 2,700. So your inflammation is going to start coming down. So you'll feel looser, you'll feel better, and your sleep is going to be better as well. Now, just as a side note, the mercury question, because a lot of people avoid fish because of mercury. I want to give you some data on mercury in sardines. It's very, very small. It's like 0.013 parts per billion. Okay, if we compare that to tuna, like that's 27 times less. But also realize that you're consuming selenium, which binds with mercury. So you don't have to worry about the mercury problem with sardines. Day 3, this is where it gets interesting. Okay. If you had brain fog, that is going to be completely gone. You're going to wake up feeling a lot different in your head. You're going to feel more focused because the ketones are fully online and they're going to be feeding your neurons. I mean, if you think about it, 3 days of getting 288% of your daily selenium means your thyroid is converting T4 into T3. So you're going to feel like your metabolism is just working a lot better. And especially for heat, you're not going to feel cold. Even if it's cold outside, you'll go out there and you just don't feel as cold, okay, because your thyroid is working much, much better. High amounts of omega-3 fatty acids stimulate brown fat. Let me explain what brown fat is. Brown fat is brown because it's super concentrated in mitochondria. That's the energy factories. And so when you're stimulating that type of fat, you are wasting a lot of energy through heat. Okay, you're generating heat. So this is not a very efficient thing, but it's a good thing if you're trying to lose weight because most people with a slow metabolism, it's slow because it's efficient, okay? It can go longer on a small amount of fuel. There's nothing wasted. But with what we're doing here, we're wasting a lot of fuel as heat. It's just a different way that the mitochondria can deal with this energy. The other big thing is your appetite. You're not going to be hungry. Your appetite's going to be gone because your body is flooded with ketones because you're finally burning fat. Okay, so you are getting fuel 24/7. And ketones do suppress something else called ghrelin, which basically is the hunger hormone. So it's going to suppress that. You don't have to worry about cravings. Now, also your gut. You're not going to have any bloating. If you're used to bloating, that's gone. Your stomach's going to start feeling flatter. I mean, if we compare this diet to doing Ozempic, I mean, it's a lot cheaper. It's more therapeutic and without the side effects. I did a whole video on that topic. So a lot of people ask me, what supplements do I recommend? Now, of course, I'm not biased of my own high quality supplement line, but if you go to Amazon and type Dr. Berg supplements, you'll find more information. Okay, day 4 is the day when this stopped being more of an internal experience and started becoming an external one. Because when you look in the mirror, your face is going to look different. It's going to look better. Your skin is going to look younger. You're going to have a healthy glow because all the omega-3 fatty acids, which basically go into the membranes of all of your cells, including your skin cells. And not just the way you look, the way you feel. Your joints are going to just feel like they're looser because the inflammation just went way, way, way down. You finally turned off the inflammation that's been stuck there chronically. So we're going to actually have more belly fat loss, less inflammation because you're in such a therapeutic range and your skin is going to be much better. Now, remember when I talked about this taurine, right? Taurine spikes something called GABA. GABA is the calming neurotransmitter. So this relates to stress. You're going to feel calm. You're going to feel stable. You're going to be able to tolerate stress. You're going to sleep better. You're not going to get that 3 o'clock in the middle of the night cortisol spike. You're going to be sleeping through the entire night. Also realize that your microbiome is also getting the benefits. It's very therapeutic to put these microbes on a fast versus feeding them so many meals a day. They get lazy and they don't do their job. When you go on the fast, your microbes actually do much better. And you will start to develop more diversity of your microbiome. So your gut is going to be better. And of course, the brain is going to get better because they're connected. Now, the big difference between a sardine fast and just a water fast is that with some people that do prolonged fasting, if they're thinner, sometimes they might lose a little muscle. But with this fast, you're not going to lose muscle because you're basically putting now 69 grams of protein in your body every single day. All right, day 5. On day 5, you're probably not going to want to stop because of all of the compounded effects. You have more weight loss, you got a happy brain, your mood is good, you're not hungry, you're not craving anything, your skin's looking good. You literally consumed 5,000% of your B12. You have this massive shift of omega-3 over the omega-6 fatty acid ratio by consuming literally 13,000 milligrams of omega-3 fatty acids. So we have our thyroid working better, flexible joints, hardcore deep sleep, where you wake up feeling awake and bright. But out of all of this, the real big benefit is you're in control of your own body. You're in control of your health. You're able to stick with it. That's a huge win. It's like you're exercising your willpower, which is like a muscle. And each day you do it, it becomes stronger and stronger. So you're basically putting yourself back in the driver's seat of your own health by doing this. The ability to say no to junk food is huge, okay? And a lot of people are controlled by the body causing these cravings and impulses to eat these bad foods. But that's going to quickly go away after you do this. So now you have your body in alignment with your mind so you can actually be successful at this. Like I said before, make sure you do the electrolytes each day. I would probably recommend a B complex. B1 especially is only stored for 4 days. If you have a subclinical deficiency, we don't want you to run out. Same thing goes with potassium and magnesium. Make sure you take your vitamins while you're doing this. Now, anytime you do a prolonged fast, it's always important to come off the eating plan slowly, but you're not necessarily doing a water fast, you're doing a sardine fast. So you probably don't have to put a lot of attention on transitioning off of this too slowly, but I would still recommend that you do it and that you gradually start adding food back into the diet. And for that information, you should watch this video right here where I talk about prolonged fasting. Check it out.
Takže sardinky, to je ten kľúč.
What would actually happen if you ate nothing but sardines?
Sardines.
For 3 days. I mean, it sounds unhinged, but there's actually a lot of merit behind it. This is one of the most fascinating thought experiments in all of nutrition right now. And it's fed by really legitimate research and really legitimate scientists. Now, there's no study where scientists locked people in a room with a case of sardines for 3 days, but it's still very good stuff that is formed from fasting mimicking diet research, which was an idea that was pioneered by Dr. Walter Longo. We're going to talk about how sardine fasting feels throughout the 3-day period, but also what it does. We're going to walk through it almost hour by hour, day by day, what's happening inside your body and what you'd actually feel. So we'll hit your brain, your liver fat, your visceral fat, your insulin, all that. So first we'll talk about why the sardine is almost the perfect tool for this, because it's one of the most complete foods that exists on Earth. Then we're going to talk about the mechanism, why eating this way mimics fasting and flips on a lot of really interesting things. This is not just some social media trend. Then we're going to talk about the journey itself, day 1, day 2, day 3, what's happening, what you feel at each stage. But let's get into this. Why sardines of all things? Pound for pound, the sardine might be the most complete food that you can put in your body. Think about what's in a single tin. You've got around 20 grams of complete protein. You've got a massive dose of omega-3 fatty acids. You've got EPA and DHA. Okay, this is the stuff your brain and your whole anti-inflammatory system work on. You've got vitamin B12. That's something 3 to 4 times your daily needs in one serving. You've got selenium. You've got coenzyme Q10, which people that watch this channel, this is one of my favorite compounds for the mitochondria. You've also got taurine. But because you eat sardines with the soft little bones, you're also getting a serious hit of calcium and vitamin D. Okay, this is a perfect combination for your bones and for a number of other different signalings within your body too. So it's not some empty, weird crash thing that's extreme. It's actually quite effective. You're flooding your body with some of the most bioavailable nutrition on the planet while barely eating any calories and essentially 0 carbs. That combination right there, nutrient dense, carb free, and calorie light, is the whole magic trick. That's the whole point. You're nourished and fasting at the same time. So whoever wants to naysay it, they can naysay it all they want until they actually try it. So let's talk about why this works, because this is the science and it makes the whole thing tick. When you eat sardines and basically nothing else, you're taking carbohydrates completely out of the picture. So no carbs mean your blood sugar stays low and flat and your insulin is dropping way down and staying down. So when insulin falls, a mirror image hormone that is called glucagon rises. That's what's making retatrutide so popular right now, right? So glucagon is essentially the signal that tells your body we're not getting sugar from food anymore. Time to start burning our own fuel. Your body turns to fat because of the glucagon. Your liver starts breaking fat down into ketones. So within a day, you're sliding into nutritional ketosis faster than a lot of other means of getting there. So you're getting into that super fat oxidative brain fueling state in a very fast amount of time. And this is the territory that people like Dr. Dom D'Agostino have spent careers studying. I had him on my channel talking about sardine fasting, but we weren't getting specific in this case, right? We weren't talking about what's going to happen day after day. So he's the one that really pioneered a lot of the research on how ketones are this steady fuel, especially for your brain, and particularly in this case. This is where the fasting mimicking stuff comes in. Okay, Dr. Walter Longo's work has been very, very cool in this world. He's shown that when you keep calories low and carbs and proteins somewhat modulated, you drop your insulin, but you also drop IGF-1, and you flip on autophagy, which is your cellular cleanup and recycling system. So your cells are literally digesting their own damaged parts and clear out the junk. But there is a caveat. Sardines are pretty high in protein. So a true textbook Walter Longo fasting mimicking diet is deliberately keeping protein a little lower to keep that growth signal as quiet as possible. So a sardine only run isn't a perfect fasting mimicking protocol. It's more of a fasting mimicking adjacent, very low carb, calorie restricted ketogenic state. It's just you're getting crazy amounts of nutrients in a super calorie deprived, carb deprived state. So you're getting tons of benefits that you wouldn't get from regular fasting because your body's actually getting nutrient signaling while not really having a lot of fuel. The other side of this equation is, and we're going to get into more about the sardine fasting, the other side of this equation is something that's called a protein sparing modified fast. It almost works on the opposite of a fasting mimicking, but it's incredibly good for more body composition. So for fat loss, you go more of a protein sparing modified fast for a couple of days. What that looks like, you have sardine fasting on one end of the spectrum, higher fat.
Fuck off.
Sardines. They're small. They're cheap. And they might be one of the most underrated foods on the planet. Today, we're talking sardines. Why your gut and your brain will thank you for them. Now, there's a reason sardines just went viral, and it's not necessarily the taste. I know. You either like sardines or you don't like sardines. That reminds me of one of my favorite lines from Groundhog Day when Bill Murray says, there are two kinds of people in this world, those who like Neil Diamond and those who don't. And there are those who like sardines and those who don't. You probably noticed that there's a TikTok, Instagram trend. Sardines eaten and even used topically for the skin. Now, some are calling it the true look-smacking product. So how does that work? Well, there's actually several mechanisms. First of all, sardines, like other small fish, are loaded with long-chain omega-3 fats. These are great for reducing inflammation and supporting the skin barrier, aiding in moisture retention. Now, trend aside, here's actually why sardines deserve such a hype. They're really high in protein. And interestingly enough, fish protein in general is a lot better and has a better constituent of amino acids than beef or pork or lamb proteins. That's a good thing. They're loaded with these short chain and long chain omega-3 fats. They're also great for iron, zinc, and B12. And they're sustainable. And they're very, very low in contaminants. For instance, there are 900 milligrams of omega-3s per 3 ounces. Now, that's on par with wild Atlantic salmon, which has got 938 milligrams, but behind mackerel, 1,600 milligrams, and tuna, which has 1,200 milligrams. But it's far more consistent. And remember, tuna, particularly big tuna, can have a lot of mercury. Now here's another great thing. You and I have a sugar molecule that lines our gut, lines our blood vessels, lines our joints, lines our blood-brain barrier, called Nu5AC. Beef, lamb, pork, and milk have a different sugar molecule called Nu5GC. Every study that's ever been done shows that ingesting Nu5GC containing foods increases arthritis, increases cancer, increases diabetes, increases dementia. And I've spent chapters in my books explaining why this happens. And I won't do that today. The good news is sardines have no Nu5GC. Here's an interesting fact. Recently, a village south of Naples in Italy that I visited, Acciaroli, has been discovered and studied. These are the longest living centenarians in Italy. In fact, 30% of this tiny fishing village population is over 100 years old. And what's striking is they eat anchovies, which are basically sardines, almost breakfast, lunch, and dinner. They're always eating anchovies, that's small fish. And the evidence is that this is a big part of why they're so smart for so long. The Catawbans, this fascinating island in Papua New Guinea, also have extreme longevity. And they've never had a case of coronary artery disease or a stroke that's been documented. And they've been studied extensively. And they've never had a case of cancer. Why? Because they eat these small fish daily. There's been a 400,000 person study for 16 years. People who had the highest fish and omega-3 intake had the lowest cardiovascular and respiratory mortality and 40% less Alzheimer's mortality in women. Now, fried fish don't count. And all these benefits go straight into your brain. So why is that? As you'll read in the new book, Feed Your Brain, this long-chain omega-3 fat in sardines is DHA. Now, DHA is half of the fat in your brain. And your brain is about 60 to 70% fat. Now, as I've written before, we can do a blood test, which is called the omega-3 index. And it looks at how much DHA and EPA have been in you for the 2 months prior to the test. the higher the omega-3 index equals a bigger brain volume and a bigger hippocampus. That's the memory center. Now, only patients who hit a high omega-3 index without supplements, believe it or not, are daily sardine and herring eaters. Even my salmon-eating Seattle, Vancouver patients rarely get there. It's striking to me. It's the sardine and herring eaters that get enough omega-3 fats in them. Now, most of us really need to supplement DHA, but eat your sardines, you don't have to worry about it. Another great thing, sardines and small fish have bones. They're soft, they're edible, and they're packed right in. And eating these small bones, that's where the calcium and vitamin D come from. Now, the same goes for canned salmon with the bones and skin. Don't scrape these off. And remember, with these sorts of fish, there is no fear of mercury. The great thing about sardines is they're small and they're low on the food chain, and there's no time for them to accumulate heavy metals. Now, there's a proviso, and I do see this. If you eat too much fish and shellfish in general, they can raise a chemical in your blood called uric acid and trigger gout. Now, that's a moderation issue and not a mercury level issue. All right, so let me give you a quick wine guide. First of all, if you're new to sardines, what I recommend is get boneless, skinless sardines, preferably in olive oil or water packed. You won't have that really, fishy smell. You won't have the bones. You won't have the little tail, and you'll actually enjoy it. Please skip anything that's been packed in soybean oil or sunflower oil. Now, organic unfarmed fish just means organic feed. It's not a natural diet. So just because it says organic doesn't mean what you think. Now, there's a number of great brands. Fishwife, King Oscar, Wild Planet, Patagonia Provisions, Bella, even Trader Joe's. You can also check seafoodwatch.org for other sources. Now, if you're still on the fence, start with boneless and skinless sardines. Disguise it in avocado or guacamole and put it in a lettuce wrap. Make a sardine taco. Mash your sardines with avocado. Sprinkle on some coconut aminos, mustard. Put it in lettuce or a cassava tortilla. Pesto sardines. And you take a few tins, mix it with homemade pesto, put it on kelp or shirataki noodles, and you'll find you're enjoying it. How about sorghum pasta with sardines? You mix the tins with arugula, basil, parmesan. You really will start liking them. You still hate them? Well, the other ways to get more omega-3s exist. It's just a whole lot more work. So a daily can of sardines is one of the simplest longevity habits you can adopt. They're cheap, they're shelf stable, and they're backed by some of the longest living people on earth. Now, if you want me to do a sardine taste test right here on the podcast, drop a comment and tell me. I'll rank the brands I love most on the podcast, and nobody's paying me to do it. Okay, that's all for today. Get your sardines, people.
Enemy general is moving down. This is their last defense. Destroy that which sector.
Então. Odchádza. Asi zaujíma aj tak. Nezaujíma. Let's go.
Tinned fish or canned fish is not just about tuna. Before we jump in, if you like what we're doing here at the Dr. Gundry Podcast, please don't forget to like and subscribe. And most importantly, share this with your friends and loved ones. Now, not only is tinned fish or canned fish convenient, affordable, and shelf stable, but many varieties of canned fish are absolutely packed with protein, long-chain omega-3 fats, vitamins, and minerals. In fact, some nutrition experts call tinned fish one of the most underrated superfoods you can buy, and I certainly agree with that. Today, I want to share the best tinned fish for your health, how to choose wisely, and why this old-fashioned pantry staple deserves a place in your modern diet. So why are most of these canned fish and shellfish a health powerhouse? Well, most of these small fishes are loaded with long-chain omega-3 fatty acids like EPA and DHA. Now, both of these reduce inflammation, they absolutely support brain health, and they protect your heart. In fact, DHA, one of these fats, is half of the fat in our brain. And studies show that people who have the highest omega-3 index, which looks at the amount of EPA and DHA in your diet for 2 months prior to the test, people who have the highest omega-3 index have, get ready for this, the biggest brains and the biggest areas of memory in their brains, the hippocampus. People who have the lowest omega-3 index have the most shrunken brains, seriously, and the smallest areas of memory. So when mom told you that fish was brain food, she didn't exactly know why, but now you do. Canned fish and shellfish has usually a lot of protein, 20 to 25 grams per can in many varieties, and it's a complete, highly bioavailable source. In fact, if you're worried about protein, fish beats any other way to get your protein for 2 reasons. Number one, it is protein that does not carry that mischievous sugar molecule Nu-5GC that's present in animal proteins like beef, lamb, and pork, or in milk, including whey protein. It's the same sugar molecule that you have, Nu5AC. So there's no danger when you eat fish and shellfish. Now, they also are rich in minerals. When you eat small fish with the bones, like sardines, you get a rich source of calcium, phosphorus, and magnesium. Believe it or not, tinned fish like sardines and salmon are among the best natural sources of vitamin D, which most people are deficient in. And here's the best part. Canned fish can often be lower in mercury than fresh large fish because most tin options are made from smaller species. So let's talk about some in specific. Sardines. Now, this is one of the most nutrient-dense foods on the planet. They're loaded with omega-3s, vitamin D, calcium, and protein. They're very low in mercury since sardines are small and low on the food chain. Now, they're really easy to enjoy, straight from the tin, on crackers, the right kind, of course, or mixed into salads. The thing I like about sardines, and I see tinned sardines on so many menus in Europe, they literally bring you out a tin of sardines, along with other goodies. That there's a reason for that. In my patients, the only patients who have ever been able to get a normal omega-3 index without taking omega-3 supplements are people who are daily sardine or herring or mackerel eaters. I have yet to see people from Vancouver or Seattle who eat huge amounts of salmon all week achieve an omega-3 index. It's the sardine, herring, and mackerel eaters that do it all the time. Speaking of which, mackerel. Now, mackerel is higher in fat than sardines, but that's a good thing. It's rich in these anti-inflammatory omega-3s, so it's especially great for your brain and heart health. Now, look for the smaller varieties, like Atlantic mackerel, rather than king mackerel, which can be higher in mercury. Now, mackerel is an interesting choice. It is incredibly popular in Europe, particularly Northern Europe, and the Norway, Finland countries. Many Americans don't particularly like the fishy taste of mackerel, but give it a try. Speaking of fishy taste, anchovies. These guys are tiny, salty, and packed with flavor. In fact, if you like Caesar salad, guess where that flavor came from? It was anchovies. Interestingly enough, one of the longest living people in the world, the Acciarolis, a little town that I visited south of Naples in Italy, eat anchovies for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. In fact, it's their number one food. And anchovies are an excellent source of calcium and protein as well. So anchovies are perfect for tossing into salads, sauces, and dressings. Now, they practically disappear while boosting nutrition. And every time you say you hate anchovies, just remember, that's the flavor that you're actually getting in a true Caesar salad. They've just been blended in. So you're getting that salty, umami taste that you actually like. Salmon. Well, everybody knows that salmon is rich in omega-3s and vitamin D. But please look for the wild-caught varieties whenever possible. Now, canned salmon often includes the bones and skin, which is where much of the calcium and collagen comes from. So don't be afraid of it. Let's talk about shellfish, clams, oysters, and mussels. These are tinned shellfish. Now, oysters are one of the best sources of
Bylo by mal
zinc,
mať.
critical for immune system that you can find. Mussels are rich in vitamin B12,
Bylo by
iron,
mal
and
mať.
manganese. And the great thing about mussels are that mussels are sustainable. They're low mercury options that many people overlook. Clams and scallops are often frequently overlooked, but they're cheap. You can toss them into a salad. You can heat them up. You can eat them out of the can. Easy to do. Tuna. Now, this is probably the most popular canned fish worldwide. It's high in protein, about 20 to 25 grams per can, and it's a very good source of selenium and B vitamins. Now, the drawback, some types like albacore can be relatively high in mercury, but most canned tuna are light tuna or skipjack, which are young tuna, which tend to have much lower mercury levels compared to albacore or big eye. Now here's a pro tip. Always choose tuna packed in olive oil or water instead of seed oils. Herring. Now, I mentioned these earlier. They're very similar to sardines nutritionally, but they're usually larger in size. They're also rich in omega-3 fatty acids, vitamin D, and selenium. Now, they're traditionally pickled or smoked, but canned herring can be a milder, easy to enjoy option.
Podgazem. Podjem. Podjem. O, tie nohy to zvládajú.
Like I said, they're excellent for brain and cardiovascular health. They're a fantastic, underrated alternative to salmon or mackerel. How about crab? Canned crab meat. Now, this is a lean, high-quality protein with fewer calories than most fish. It's an excellent source of zinc, copper, and vitamin B12. Now, it's lower in omega-3s compared to oily fish like sardines or salmon, but it's still a great addition for a variety. Now, it's often sold in lump or claw meat, and having worked and lived in Baltimore for several years, I can tell you that crab meat works beautifully in crab cakes, salads, or stir fries. And it's readily available. In fact, one of my favorite places to buy it is at Costco. But be sure to check the label for additives or preservatives. Now, should they be organic? Well, remember, organic means they literally follow these fish or shellfish around to see what they're eating. No, you can't do that. If you see organic on the label, that means that these were farmed and they were fed organic corn and soybeans. So organic on the label doesn't mean you're getting what you really want. However, in shellfish, for instance, mussels and oysters and scallops, for the most part, are farmed. That means they were planted on rocks, but that's as far as it goes. They ate what they found. So just when you see like farmed mussels, don't be put off. That's the way we raise them. Now, how much should you eat? With shellfish and fish in general, sometimes too much is too much. Shellfish and fish in general can promote increases in uric acid, which, among other things, causes gout. And I do have some patients who are very sensitive to uric acid and causing uric acid buildup by going crazy on fish and shellfish. But adding them to your diet several times a week is a great way to add quality protein, clean protein, and lots of omega-3s and other important vitamins and minerals like vitamin D and calcium. It's cheap, it's easy to find, and if you're looking for clean, beneficial protein, there's really not a better way to add it to your diet than tinned or canned fish or shellfish. More amazing episodes just like this one. Watch now. Chicken or duck liver is rich in vitamin A in its active form, B12, iron, folate, and high quality protein.
Yeah, great stuff. Oh, fuck. To znamená Adriatic Queen. To je to, čo chceš. Sardinky Adriatic Queen, to je kvalitná, to sú sardinky, ktoré sú OK. Nechcem hovoriť, že kvalitné, ale sú OK. Sú OK. Mali by byť OK, nie sú z Moroka. Chorvátske, tým pádom je to, čo chceme. Takže plán je prejsť na sardinky. Zohnať dodávateľa týchto za najlepšiu cenu tieto. Ak budú v bile do 2 euro, tak je to OK. Ak nebudú v bile do 2 euro, tak ich objednáme asi odtiaľto. Čo je toto Vilgej? Tu nič není. To budú morocké. No. Tento obchod má tieto za 2 eurá. jedna plechovka denne. No je to. Jedna plechovka denne tohto. S 2 alebo s 3 rohlíkmi. Môže byť 3, to je OK, I guess. Why not? 3 rohlíky. Neviem, či je to za pičný obchod, ale možno budú mať toto. Najmenej najmenej biedne jedlo. Sardinky. Najmenej biedne jedlo. Oni hovoria, že zdravé, ale zdravé nie je nič na tomto svete. Tu sa bavíme len o tom, čo je najmenej škodlivé. Všetko je škodlivé, ale ozveme sa. Presný odhad denného príjmu. Povedzme takto. A povedzme takto. Počkaj. % doporučeného príjmu. To je sáčka. No. To je sáčka. Byť fit. 5%. A vy hovno viete. Jedna plechovka musí stačiť. Jedna plechovka denne musí stačiť na to, aby sme sa udržali nad vodou. Vy hovno viete. Vy hovno viete. Vy hovno viete. Vy hovno viete. Jedna plechovka stačí, vy hovno viete. Jedna plechovka denne. Stačí. Vy hovno viete. Fuck. Pičusovia nemajú byť dobré. Nemá ti jedlo chutiť. Jedlo má byť efektívne. Pičusovia by chceli chutné jedlo. Chutné jedlo môžete hociaké zohnať. Chcete chutné jedlo, to není problém. Ťažké je zohnať efektívne jedlo za dobrú sumu. To je ten problém. Levne. Čo levne? Není ich veľa, nevie to nájsť veľa výsledkov. Ale v Bile má šancu, že budú mať. V Bile ich mali. Ak ich v Bile mali raz, tak si myslím, že ich v Bile majú vždy. Oj, pondelok sa na to pozor. Zrobiť som tieto v praменitej vode. Nechcem v oleji, nechcem v tuku. Nepotrebujem v tuku. Tak. Aj keď sojový olej s citrónom tiež nie je najhoršie. Ani olej není problém. Není problém. Jedna plechovka, piči sa o nič nevedia. Piči sa o nič nevedia. Piči sa o nič nevedia. Tak každý deň, keď odsypáš, každý deň, keď točíš, každý deň, keď to roztačaš, keď dávaš klikožrutý, zhybožrutý, pičné drepožrutý, sa to otáča. Otáča sa to tvrdo. A samozrejme otáča sa to hrozne. Takže momentálne niečo otáčať, ale seriály tiež trošku viaznú, ale blíži sa. Už je 21. augusta. Takže Oni tam dávajú obyčajnými rukami. To je v prdeli. Oni nepoužívajú ani rukavice, ani nič. Man, to je dosť bieda, popravde. To je dosť bieda, ten Pinehouse tiež. Dosť bieda, no. Omega Day. Omega Day a ich piča. Ešte. Overkill. Toto bol dobrá vec. Neviem, či zložím nejaký seriál. Dneska stiahneme nejaké páčmagy. Ešte máme tretiu sériu. Už dneska tie nohy to zvládali lepšie. Dáme si pravdepodobne ešte jedno fúdio. Dáme do seba ešte nejaké bielkoviny a ešte nejaké srákory. Aby sa tie svaly čo najviac regenerovali do útorka. Útorok je ten biedný deň, samozrejme. Čiže 49 môže vymazaná, ešte 47. Toto. 639. Toto. Ja sa spolieham na to, že v Bile budú mať túto značku. Že v Bile budú mať to chorvátske a sme v suchu. Lebo mali ich 7.1.2025, mali ich pred rokom. Ak ich mali pred jedným rokom, tak si myslím, že ich majú aj teraz. Takže ja pôjdem v pondelok do Bily, mal som ísť dneska do Bily. Ale nemal som ešte ten research spravený. Nemal som spravený ešte ten research. A nevedel som, že v Bile je šanca. Na kvalitné sardinky za rozumnú cenu. Takže to sa trošku preflakalo. Ale dáme si 2 dní mákovníkov. Máme zajtra mákovník, to je ešte OK. Máme zajtra mákovník, v nedeľu mákovník, v pondelok skúsim zohnať sardinky. Takže Adriatic Queen. Spoliehame sa, že Bill bude. Spoliehame sa, že v Bill bude Adriatic Queen.
You can starve yourself for 3 straight days, push through hunger, drink salt water, tell yourself it's working, and your body can still refuse to burn lower belly fat. But here's what should get your attention. There is a $2 food that can flip your body into fat burning mode in under 24 hours without starving, without crashing, and in some cases, for some individuals, it actually works better than extended fasting. Yeah, I know that shouldn't make sense, but it does. And once you understand why, you'll never look at fasting the same way again. But the problem isn't effort. It's not discipline or willpower. It's because your body's been stuck in storage mode. Okay, think of your metabolism like a warehouse. Every time you eat throughout the day, you keep restocking the shelves. But no one ever tells your body, start pulling from storage. So it doesn't. And over time, that storage builds up in the worst place possible. Deep, dense fat around your organs. Kind of looks like this. The kind you can't easily grab or see, but the kind that interferes with everything. Now, before I show you what happens over 24 hours, you need to see this, because this is what made researchers take sardine.
What really happens to your body when you eat nothing but sardines for 7 days? I know you've seen it all over the internet right now. People on YouTube talking about incredible benefits of a sardine fast. Fast weight loss, a metabolic reset, a full body cleanse. It's all there, just with a week of canned fish. And you're completely transformed. I did this myself back in 2023, before people were talking about sardine fasting on YouTube, and I did it with kippers. I actually prefer it with kippered herring, but that's a bunny hole we don't need to go down. More importantly, though, I dug into what the science actually says, and here is what I found. Most of what you've been told about sardine fasting is maybe only half right. The real payoff is not the one that people are talking about. It's a hidden benefit that most people just don't mention, and one that has nothing to do with the scale. So stick with me. I'll show you what 7 days of sardines really does to your body and to your arteries, the right way to do it without making yourself miserable. But first, let's start with the claim that you've probably heard the most. Sardine fasting works because it triggers autophagy. Well, autophagy is your body's cleanup system. It is the process that your cells use to break down old, damaged parts and recycle them into something useful. It's real, it's a valuable process, but here's the thing about a sardine fast. A sardine fast has basically 0 carbs, but it's got a lot of protein and fat, so it's not going to trigger autophagy as strongly as a pure water fast would. You do still get most of the benefits of fasting and autophagy, but there's something else doing a lot of the work here besides the autophagy, and that's ketosis. Very strong ketosis. It's what happens when you run out of carbohydrates to burn. Your body switches over to burning fat for fuel, and it starts producing ketones, a clean backup fuel for your brain and your heart. They run on it very smoothly. Sardine fasting is a very low carb, low calorie, single food diet. And I keep wanting to say kipper fasting, but it's basically the same thing. They're both, kippers are maybe about that big, sardines are about that big. Other than that, they're pretty much the same. You strip out the carbs, you strip out the variety, and your body drops into ketose fast with either one of them, sardines or kippers. So the best way to describe sardine or kipper fasting is a short, strict keto experiment that adds some of the benefits of autophagy. Now you know a little bit about how sardine fasts actually work, but what do autophagy and ketosis actually do to your body, and more specifically to your arteries? Let's go day by day here. Day 1, day 2. The scale moves quickly. A lot of people see 3, 4, even 5 pounds gone in a couple of days. They figure the fat is just melting right off of them, but that's not really what's happening. Most of that early drop is not fat. The majority of it isn't fat, it's water. When you cut carbs this hard, your body burns through its stored carbohydrate, glycogen. Glycogen in the liver, glycogen in the muscle, you just burn it. And that glycogen is like a sponge. When you burn it, it doesn't hold all that water like a sponge does because it's gone. That stored carbohydrate holds a lot of water. The water leaves along with it. And that's just normal physiology. But it means the scale is lying to you if you think that that's all fat. You can do all this in a couple of days and lose all of that. By day 3, you do really start challenging your metabolism, though. Your insulin drops. Insulin is the hormone that tells your body, store fat and hold on to it. When insulin stays low for a few days, your body finally gets that permission to start burning its own fat stores. That is good. That is what most of us want. Your ketones start to climb. Your hunger starts to fade. A lot of people describe a strange, clear-headed calm right around day 3 or 4. That's ketosis settling in. By the back half of the week, day 5, 6, 7, your body's running mostly on fats and ketones, depending on how much glycogen you had to burn in your liver and your muscles in the first place, because it really depends on how much you've got stored. Some people have 3 to 4 pound liver, and others have a 10-pound liver. So it takes a while to burn more. Your appetite stays low, and that early water weight gives way to slower, steadier fat loss. That's what, again, most people want. One of the biggest claims about sardine fasting is that it burns off visceral fat. I haven't seen a peer-reviewed study that actually tests what a sardine fast does to visceral fat. Yeah, you get a little autophagy and a lot of ketosis, and the hope is that it's burning visceral fat selectively, but that's really more of a hope than reality at this point in time. The mechanism does make sense. It's a very low carb, low calorie diet, lowering insulin and tending to pull fat from the middle over time, so it's plausible. It's just not proven yet for this specific protocol. The strongest evidence we do have points somewhere people don't really expect. It comes from folks who simply ate sardines regularly as part of a balanced diet with no fasting involved. There's a 12-month study I keep coming back to. Researchers took older adults who were already drifting toward diabetes, and they just added 200 grams of sardines a week. That's about 2 cans of sardines to an otherwise healthy diet. The results were striking. The sardine group raised their HDL, the protective cholesterol. They lowered their triglycerides. That's good too. Their blood pressure improved. That's good. Their insulin resistance improved. That's good. And their overall diabetes risk dropped further than the group eating the same healthy diet without the fish. Now, here's why that matters for your arteries. In my framework, triglycerides tell you more about your heart risk than LDL does. LDL is the cholesterol number that your doctor's probably watching, but triglycerides, the fat circulating in your blood, track much more closely with prediabetes, metabolic disease, insulin resistance, diabetes, and inflammation that goes along with it, and that actually builds plaque. And plaque is the real enemy here. Plaque is the buildup inside your artery walls that came from inflaming your artery walls. It's dangerous. The dangerous kind that we're talking about is soft, inflamed, unstable, and when it ruptures, it triggers a clot. And that clot causes the heart attack. Unless, of course, it goes to your brain, in which case it causes a stroke, which in many cases is worse. So anything that lowers your triglycerides, calms your inflammation, improves your insulin, is moving you away from the exact process that takes most people down, kills or disables them. So let me be clear about what 7 days of sardines can and cannot do for your heart. It's not going to scrub plaque out that's already sitting in your arteries. No 7-day anything does that. But the direction it pushes you, lower insulin, lower triglycerides, less inflammation, that's exactly the direction that protects your arteries over time. Now, before you go grab a case of sardines, and I know some of you already are, there's a right way to do this and a way that can land you in trouble, like bathroom problems. If you decide to try this, how you start matters as much as the fast itself. The biggest mistake that people make is jumping straight from a high-carb diet into sardines. They eat pasta and bread on Sunday, switch to nothing but fish on Monday, and by Tuesday, they've got a pounding headache and feel like they got hit by a truck. Don't do that. Spend 2 to 5 days first cutting back the obvious carbs, the breads, the sugars, the grain products, the alcohol. Let your body get used to running lower on carbs before you take that plunge, and the transition will be far gentler. And don't start with 7 days either. That can be painful. I know the whole idea is built around that 7-day number, but for most people, the smart way is much shorter. Try 24 hours first and see how your body handles it. The most common version people actually do is 3 days, 72 hours. And even the folks who swear by this treat it as a short reset, not a whole way of life. 7 days might be a little bit extreme. It clearly is for the beginning. It's not a great starting line. There's a mistake that most people make, and it's not paying attention to hydration. When you cut carbs hard, your kidneys start flushing out sodium and water. That's part of why you drop that water weight. It's also why you can feel dizzy, get headaches, feel completely wiped out. You got to replace the water and the electrolytes. Drink plenty of water. Make sure you're getting enough salt, potassium, magnesium, which is the one that's most often neglected. Most of the misery people blame on the fast is really just dehydration, low electrolytes, and not being trained, taking the time to train your body first to get into low carb and then to get into more fasting. Pick your sardines carefully too. Use plain sardines packed in water. When you get used to it, if you can take the taste, water or olive oil. When you do the sardines in olive oil, that really ramps up that keto process. Read the sodium on the label because some cans are loaded with it, and that's not necessarily bad because we talked about you got to retain that sodium. If you've got blood pressure trouble, that sodium can matter, but beyond that, don't overthink the brand. Simple ingredients, easy on your stomach, reasonable sodium, that's all you need. And how you come off the fast, that matters too. The worst thing you can do is treat the end of your fast like a finish line and dive right into a pile of keto bars, sweeteners, treats, cake. That undoes the whole point. Come off of it gently. Into real food, non-starchy vegetables, good protein, simple meals. The fast itself isn't where the real change happens. The way you eat afterwards is what carries the benefit forward. Here's the part nobody wants to talk about, and I'm not going to skip it. Just because something is food doesn't make it safe for everybody. There are people who should not do a sardine fast without making sure that somebody's watching them fairly closely. If you have gout, for example, be careful because sardines are extremely high in purines, and purines can raise the uric acid that triggers a gouty attack. True, most gout occurs more from fruits and fructose. But yes, sardines can do it too. If you have kidney disease, the protein and sodium load can be more than your kidneys can handle. If you have diabetes and you're on insulin or a sulfonylurea, these are classes of pills that push your blood sugar down. Fasting like this can drop your sugar dangerously low unless you're prepared for all of that. And again, those kind of drugs you should come off of while you're on a sardine fast. Blood thinners. Understand that the omega-3s in sardines are blood thinners too. So if you're already on a blood thinner, you're adding a little bit more. Sometimes maybe more than a little bit more. So that combination needs medical oversight. And if you're pregnant, or you've ever struggled with an eating disorder, or you have a fish allergy, skip this. Whatever you do, listen to your body. If you get persistent dizziness, if you start vomiting, if your head starts pounding, if you feel severely weak, stop and eat. No experiment's worth pushing through symptoms, at least to a point to where you get danger. You do it the right way, and a sardine fast is a short, sharp reset that can really help. Done the wrong way or dragged out too long, it can become an empty, risky stretch of canned fish that most people don't like to eat until you've eaten them for a very long time. The whole difference is in how you do it. Okay, now you know how to do a sardine fast, but we haven't really talked about a very important point here. Why do it at all? What's the biggest benefit for you if you do a sardine fast, especially the 7-day kind? So here's the hidden benefit, and it's not what most people expect. The biggest long-term payoff is what a sardine fast does to your hunger. When you're eating nothing but the same plain food for a few days, something shifts in your whole relationship with eating. Most of us don't eat because we're truly hungry. We eat because the food is built to be irresistible. The salt, the sugar, the crunch, the endless variety. That's what drives the snacking, the grazing, the second helping you really didn't need, but you ate anyway. It's some of the behavioral stuff. Sardines aren't exciting. They're not exciting. Remember I said that all this, and most people don't like them anyway. I don't like them. They're what we call an acquired taste. In other words, you have to work real hard to teach yourself to like them. And most people don't really. They're just kidding themselves. By day 2, you're not eating for pleasure anymore. You're eating for fuel. So when you break that constant pull towards reward food, even for a few days, a lot of people find the cravings for food just quiet right down. In other words, cravings, think food noise, cravings, these things just start to level out. Again, I did this myself back in 2023. I did water fasts. I did the sardine fast, Kipper fast. I've done water fast since then. I've shared most of them on the channel. I think before anybody on YouTube was talking much about sardine fasts, I know Dom D'Agostino and Dr. Boz were talking about them back when I was doing them. The thing that stuck with me wasn't the number on the scale. It was how different my appetite felt afterwards. That constant background urge to snack, that food noise, again, it just wasn't there for weeks. I learned a few things the hard way too. Sardines packed in water were much easier for me. They're easier on your stomach if the other ones make you queasy, and they did make me queasy. The olive oil ones, well, they were more satisfying and easier to get down for a lot of people, but not me. Somewhere in there, I actually developed a taste, as I said, for kippers, which is kippered herring. I never saw that coming. And that brings me to something I want to show you in a second. The real prize here is not the 3 days of fish. It's that you can come out on the other side genuinely wanting different food from the food that's been making you fat. The discipline gets easier because the craving that used to fight you has loosened its grip. Again, food noise. That's a change that can outlast the fast by months. That's the benefit that makes this whole thing worth taking seriously. Changing that food noise. Yes, I know the GLP-1s do it. Ozempic, Mounjaro, retatrutide whenever it comes around. Sardines aren't the only way to get you there. And for some of you, they're not even the best way. If sardines turn your stomach, you've got options, and that's a big relief because the best version of any of this is the one you'll actually stick with. Kippers and herring, they're the same idea. Oily fish, the same kind of evidence. Again, just the bigger cousin of sardines. The evidence behind them, same. Some people simply tolerate them better. I'm one of them. If you can stay with kippers, but you quit on sardines by lunch, like me, kippers are the better choice for you. Adherence, the ability to eat it, that's everything. A perfect protocol you abandon doesn't do anything for you. So if you really care about autophagy, that deep cellular cleanup we talked about earlier, there's also the fasting mimicking diet. And here's what I'm talking about. There are different types of fasting mimicking diet. One of them is Prolon, developed by Walter Longo. That's actually how I discovered the kipper fast. Because I noticed when I took that Prolon, there were a lot of carbs in the soups that you ate with it. And those carbs jacked my blood sugar up. 170, 180. And it came back down because I was so low on calories. The fasting mimicking diet is more of a calorie play where you say, okay, it's like 1,200 the first day, then 700 calories each day, days 2, 3, 4, and 5. It's deliberately low in protein and low in calories, and that's the whole point. By keeping protein low, it preserves more of the true fasting signal. So it gets you closer to a real autophagy than a plate of high-protein fish ever could. So when I modified the fasting mimicking diet to make it more of a kipper diet, I did away with a lot of the impact on autophagy. Now, it's more structured. The fasting mimicking diet is more structured. It's a cellular cleanup. And if that's what you're after, that's a better path to autophagy. Then there's the water fast. Again, nothing but water. Now talk about autophagy. That gets you there. And we did a 5-day water fast as well a year or so ago. It gives you the strongest fasting signal of all, water. It also carries the higher risk. It's harder to stick with. And for most people our age, it's not where I'd start. The stronger the intervention, the more supervision it deserves. So here's the thing to hold on across all of these things. The fast itself, sardines, kippers, water, any of it, that's just the spark. It gets you going. But the diet you settle into after that is what actually heals your metabolism and protects your arteries. we're talking long-term consistency here. We're not talking just the fasting episode. The fasting's a spark. It can open the door, but walking through that door is a daily, unglamorous, disciplined process. And that's what's got to happen to heal those arteries. So that's the full picture on sardine fasting, or at least that's a different kind of picture than you might be hearing about sardine fasting. What it really does to your body, how to do it safely, the hidden benefit that outlasts the fast itself, that food noise. If you want to take what you've just learned and actually apply it to your body, with me and my team guiding you, call the number on your screen now, or click the link in the description below. The majority of my patients come to us after watching a video just like this, and we'd love to help you. But if you're not ready to become a patient, I still have a lot of videos to help you heal your arteries. You can start with this one, right here. Yep, and remember, growing old's not for sissies. I know, I've lived it. I'm 68 and I'll be 69 years old in a couple of weeks. I know it's not for sissies, but it's a lot better when you've got healthy arteries.
Tento.
Přátelé, kamarádi, já vás znovu vítám od dalšího videa, kde si dneska povíme, co fyzicky můžu si koupit za kínu, která je nebandovaná, a za kůnu, kterou si fyzicky musím koupit za reálné peníze. Jo? Dělám to z toho důvodu, protože tato hra je samozřejmě extrémní pay to win a samozřejmě tuhle hru nemůžete hrát, pokud o ní nenarvete alespoň $40,000 na měsíční bázi. A právě proto, kvůli těm různým věcem a hláškám, komentářům, už jsem udělal tohle kratší video, abych vám ukázal, jak to opravdu fyzicky funguje a jak to fyzicky bude fungovat i na globální releaseu, beze změny. Jo? Protože máme tady právě dvě měny, konkrétně, okolo kterých se dotočí konkrétně. A to je právě ta neboundovaná kína, protože boundovaná je vázaná přímo na vaši postavu a s tou nemůžete nějak obchodovat mezi hráčema. Ale pak je ta neboundovaná a s tou právě můžete chodit na market, můžete ji využívat na vlastně key časty, na personal trade, ale samozřejmě ji můžete používat i na klasické jiné věci, na které používáte i klasickou boundovanou kínu, jako je třeba upgradeování vašich předmětů, jako je vylepšení třeba bingu a tak dále, protože si nějak nelíšujou, jenom se liší v tom, že v podstatě ty kína neboundovaný navíc můžete spendit právě v tom marketu. A pak je tady právě ta kuna, což je herní měna, kterou je potřeba zaplatit vlastně za reálné peníze a tu nikdy ji nekoupíte. Co si za ní ale fyzicky teda můžu koupit, když nebudu market? Protože já za tu kínu si můžu koupit třeba například rozšíření samotného Battle Passu, jo, na tu premium verzi, kde mám potom nějaké další věci. Typicky úplně stejně, jako kdybych kupoval do jakékoliv jiné hry si nějaký klasický Battle Pass, tak v Ion 2 máte Battle Pass, který je gratis, a k tomu nějaký ten lepší, který si mají zaplatíte. A tam nejsou žádné, jakoby vyloženě, řekněme, pay-to-win věci, jo? Jsou to prostě klasické věci, které prostě sbíráte typicky tím, že prostě hrajete, ale navíc prostě vám to trošku pomůže v tom progresu, abyste třeba rychle znalevili třeba arkánu, nebo tady máte nějaký transfer, fragmenty, kterých potřebujete mimochodem asi 15, abyste to vůbec jako mohli mít, a tak dále. Jo? A to vlastně platí i tady v tomto směru. A to je vlastně celé. Pak je samozřejmě pass shopy, membershopy, ale to se týká v podstatě jako toho membershipu, ale to jsou věci, které v podstatě vy získáte navíc k tomu, že máte ten membership a v případě si koupíte nějakou kosmetiku, ale to je prostě asi na každým. Ale v základu v podstatě to je všechno, za co tu kůnu můžete utratit. Pak tady samozřejmě máte ještě další možnosti a to je právě jsou nějaké eventové věci, jako jsou třeba skiny, jo, můžou to být nějaké prostě vyloženě targety, že můžete mít třeba nějakého peta, můžete mít třeba nějakou čapku, můžete tady mít třeba nějaký character storage expanze, můžete tady mít cokoliv. By the way, ty storage expanze nejsou nekonečný, jo? Ono tady se píšou 0 z 20 per charakter, ale v podstatě vy to můžete nahradit tím, že to budete rozšiřovat za tu kínu v podstatě, takže nemusíte vůbec spendit jakoby kůnu, ale to tady jako někde mimochodem. Jo? Zároveň si na to můžete třeba koupit i rozšíření v podstatě o to, abyste mohli mít další charaktery díky tomu. A v tom membershipu tam máte potom nějaké věci, jako jsou třeba speed scrolly, na což vám dává movement speed, jo? Nebo tady máte třeba benediction scroll, máte tady hold scroll a tak dále. Úplně to samé, co můžete koupit i u obchodníka, jenom s tím rozdílem, že nemusíte chodit za obchodníkem a to zase stojí kínu, ne kůnu, což zase je ale zase potřeba mít jako membership samozřejmě. Pak jsou nějaké speciály, jako jsou instant clear tickety do dungeonu, jo, ale to jsou samozřejmě ty instantní, ne ty, co vám dávají možnosti to dělat vícekrát, ale ty, co vám vlastně ušetří třeba tu minutu, kde je toho clearování. To je vlastně rozdíl. Zároveň třeba nějaké věci, co zase jsou od obchodníků, ale nemusíte k ním fyzicky chodit, takže je to prostě ušetření nějakého, řekněme, jednoho teleportačního styku, který stojí 1000 kiny, je prostě whatever. No a pak samozřejmě nějaké eventy, jako je třeba instantní clearnutí všech síl do dungeonu nebo strongholdu, což vám ušetří ze startu, úplně v tom startu nějakých třeba, nevím, 8-10 hodin prostě farmení reálně, jo. Když to koupíte všechny 4, tak vás tak to bude stát nějakých 600 v reálných penízích, plus minus autobus. No, a to je vlastně celé. Jo, toto vůbec třeba nebude. Toto vůbec nebude, ty vlastně 4 tokeny vůbec nebudou při releaseu, při globálu. To jsou vlastně tokeny, které se spějí k tomu, že si můžete koupit takzvaný Grow Pass. Grow Pass je v podstatě, teď asi nejsem jistý, kde ho najdu, ale Grow Pass je Grow Support asi, nevím, to je prostě jako, Grow Support. A to se přidalo teďka nedávno, v podstatě, protože ta hra už běží skoro rok, a aby nováčci byli schopni alespoň trošičku dohnat hráči, kteří to hrajou 9. měsíc, 10. měsíc na tom Tajvanu a Koreji, tak se přidal Grow Pass, který vám v podstatě dá hnedka ze startu zhruba nějakých 3000-3500 prostě item gear, abyste v podstatě mohli lehce dohánět ten progres těch ostatních hráčů. Jo, a stojí to $15. Takže to je jakoby celý ten způsob toho, jak, aby ti nováčci měli trošičku šanci v tom PvPčku jakoby kolaborovat s těma hráčova. Samozřejmě teď tu šanci tam nemají, protože ti hráči, co hrajou pravidelně, tak mají třeba 1 milion combat power a díky tomu Grow Passu máš třeba 450 000, takže tam je extrémně jako rozdíl, ale v podstatě to trošku pomůže ušetřit několik času. Ale to samozřejmě v release nebude, logicky, protože to nedá smysl. Nicméně to je vlastně všechno, co já si můžu takhle za tu kůnu a kínu nějakým způsobem koupit, v tom případě další nějakých kosmetických věcí. Ale teďka to důležité, a to je ten přístup v rámci marketu, který získáte pouze tím, že máte membership, tedy předplatné, které trvá 28 dní a máte na něho nárok v rámci právě toho buď to World Marketu nebo klasického Server Marketu. A funguje to v praxi tak, že vy tam máte 2 možnosti. Buď to si můžete koupit nějaké předměty, které se vám líbí za tu kínu, anebo si můžete koupit kínu za kůnu. Ale bacha, tohle není tak, že byste to kupovali od nějakých, od systému. Vy to kupujete fyzicky od hráče. To znamená, že já koupím za 177 vlastně kůny 10 milionů kíny. A teďka, jenom tam ten fuck up v tomhle tom, jo? Protože berte to tak, že první 3 měsíce vy na tom budete jako fakt bídně s itemama. Prostě nebudete schopni farmit prostě několik milionů kíny za hodinu, což reálně nemůžete ani teďka. Jo? Vy jenom nafarmíte, když jste jako fakt high-end a jste v Abyssu a farmíte tam ty mobky, tak vy v průměru nafarmíte třeba, nevím, 2000 kíny za 5 sekund, nebo za 2 sekundy, něco takového, jo. Ale pokud se bavíme o takovým tom prvním, řekněme, kvartále, 4 měsících, kdy v podstatě jste na tom item dílu třeba okolo té 4 a dokážete to nějakým sem tahat, aspoň trošičku v tom Abyssu, tak si průměrně vyděláte nějakých 500 kíny za nějaký, řekněme, 10 sekund, něco takového, plus minus autobus. Jenom pro takový use case, jenom ať to vidíte, tak v podstatě toto je ono. Jo, teď je 458 kíny za jednu mobku, plus minus autobus. Ale bereme to tak, že v podstatě jich nafarmíte třeba 500, 700 prostě průměru. No, dáme to do kalkulačky, ať to vidíte fyzicky. Bereme to teda tak, že já nafarmím nějakých 750 kíny za nějakých, řekněme, 10 sekund, plus minus autobus, nebo 5 sekund, jak se počítá lépe. Což je nějakých 12 pokusů během 1 minuty, protože za minutu nafarmím 9000 kíny. Jo? Za hodinu nafarmím tím pádem 540 000 kíny. Jo? A zároveň teda tím pádem během jednoho dne, pokud já u toho půjdu sedět 24 hodin v kuse a nepůjdu dělat nic jiného, než jenom farmit, tak já si vydělám Jo, to jsem špatně udělal, takže znova, bylo 9000, myslím, že, nebo 750 krát 12 krát 60 krát 24. Tak, takže za 24 hodin mýho osobního času já nafarmím nějakých cca průměrně 13 milionů kíny. Jo, za jeden den. Jenom chci ještě zmínit jednu věc, že tady jsou ušitý třeba i limity, jo, který v podstatě se resetují každý jeden den v 5 ráno. A vy na denní bázi nemůžete nafarmit více jak 1 milion kíny. To znamená, že stejně, abych mohl nafarmit 10 milionů, tak já to stejně budu muset dělat 10 dní. Každý den. Chápete? Jo, kam tím mířím. To znamená, že já teda tím pádem fyzicky raději si koupím za 177 kůny 10 milionů kíny od nějakého jiného hráčeho, který to těch 10 dní opravdu jako poctivě farmil a má tu kínu navíc. Než abych já fyzicky tu kínu vlastně farmil. Takže vlastně já dám 177 kůny nějakému jinému hráčovi jako odměnu za to, že on mi dá kínu. A tady ty vlastně kína česty můžete klasicky i vy samozřejmě vyrábět, typicky klasicky v substanci. Jo, máte tady vlastně všechny ty 3 druhy, 400 000, 2 miliony a 10 líčů. Jo, samozřejmě tam je nějaký píčko, takže vlastně 10 milionů kíny sice ano, prodáváte, ale reálně to stojí 11 milionů kíny. Takže i tohle je důležité zmínit, abyste věděli, že tohle tak funguje. Jo? A to samé vlastně platí i pro ty ostatní předměty, které tady jsou. Tady nejsou žádné předměty, který by fyzicky nějaký jiný hráč nenašel a nesmí to být bounded, ale nebo zároveň je vykraftil. Ale nejsou to itemy, které by mohly fyzicky být prostě, jak víte sami, nemůžou být vypulsovaný, nemůžou být jakkoliv upravovány. Jsou to vlastně úplně ty nejzákladnější předměty, které v té hře jsou toho daného raditní úrovně. To znamená, že kdybych já jako klerik chtěl třeba zbraň na mace, jo, a chtěl bych tady třeba nějaký heroic, který teďka v tuhle chvíli teda nikdo neprodává, ale kdyby někdo prodával, tak třeba tady vidíte, že třeba Ludras Fatal Mace, úrovně 98, heroický, tak ten stojí na World Marketplaceu 86 milionů kíny. Takže v praxi já bych vlastně musel 86 dní, každý jeden den farmit ten 1 milion té kíny, abych si potom následně mohl koupit tenhle předmět. Pokud samozřejmě mě nějaký jiný hráč nepředběhne a ten předmět si nekoupí, ale v podstatě bych musel 86 dní tohle farmit. A nebo pro ně bude prostě lepší, když si prostě ten předmět vyloženě třeba vyrobím. Jo, což vlastně nemůžu, očividně, protože to nejde, ale kdybych třeba mohl, tak v podstatě by to bylo lepší samozřejmě, ale v podstatě v tom PvEčku potom, když já jdu do toho klerika, tak v podstatě tohle je pro mě nějaký high end, jo, který já potřebuji si vyrobit. A já si jsem celkem jako hodně jistý tím, že tu kínu i těch 100 milionů, teďka se bavíme o těch boundovaných kíny. Ta boundovaná kína nemá limit. Jo, boundovaná kína nemá limit. Ale ta neboundovaná, ta má právě ten limit, což je právě ten problém. Ještě jenom druhá věc, kde můžete případně nazbírat tu kínu neboundovanou, tak je případně ještě v expedicích, když děláte některé vlastně hardové conquesty, tak tam máte malou šanci, že získáte vlastně takhle neboundovanou kínu, když se to je boundované, případně kombinaci. Ale to je prostě zase šance 1 k milionu. Ale je tam ta možnost prostě. Takže jenom ať chápete, a to je vlastně všechno. Tam nic dalšího v té hře není. Jo? To je vlastně všechno, co ten membership nabízí a to, za co si tu kínu a tu kůnu můžete koupit. Nejsou tady žádné vylepšení, žádné skroj, nic takového. Jo? V podstatě není prostě, nemám tady co skrývat reálně. Jo? A to je právě to, čemu vy říkáte fyzicky v chatu, na streamu, prostě kdekoliv, prakticky pay to win. Jenomže povězte mi na rovinu, kde tady v tomhle vidíte pay to win. Že já jsem farmil 10 dní poctivě a pak jsem to chtěl prodat za 200 kůny, kde mimochodem 200 kůny, když se na to podíváme v praxi, jo, tak já si vlastně, kdybych si chtěl koupit kůnu, třeba nevím, tady ty 400, což je nějakých NT 190, takže je NT 190 dolar CZK. Jo, tak já reálně vlastně za těch 10 milionů, nebo za těch 400 těch kun dostanu vlastně, nebo to stojí nějakých 123 korun, takže já reálně těch 10 milionů kíny, který jsem od někoho koupil, tak já jsem mu vlastně dal nějakých 60 korun. Já jsem mu dal 60 korun za to, že on 10 dní farmil nějakou herní měnu. Chápete, jak moc je to jako ironický prostě, jo? Jak moc to ironický. A stejně bych potřeboval na ten vylepšený třeba Battle Pass, ve kterým mám třeba nějaké ty už jako celkem dobré odměny, které už ale odpovídají té hodnotě toho, který já vlastně dám do té hry, tak bych stejně musel koupit třeba balíček, nevím, za 4000, jo, což je třeba 13 stovek, dejme tomu. Ale tam už zase v podstatě mám nějaký věci, které už ale odpovídají tomu, že mi to trošku pomůže. Neboostrujeme to úplně nějak jako horizontálně, úplně někam dopryč. Ale pomůže mi to trošku lépe tu postavu si optimalizovat. Takže doufám, že tohle video vám zase pomůže trošku více pochopit, že opravdu tato hra nemá žádný v podstatě pay-to-win jako opravdu mechanismus. Ani mít nemůže. Jo, podívejte se na moje dřívější video, kde jsem to rozebíral vlastně to s dalšíma 7 hrama a v podstatě opravdu ten Ventil tam není. Jo, můžeme se bavit třeba o tom, že za 5-10 let, za rok prostě samozřejmě NC Softu praskne v hlavě a v podstatě dají do té hry nějakou úplně ultra 4kovou úroveň prostě.
To je pesračky.
Jo, já jim do hlavy nevím, jak oni to mají namýšlené. Ale podle toho, co jim už teďka 20 let vydělává, ale Lineage 2 a jak v Lineage 2 funguje ta monetizace, která vlastně ani ten obchod nemá a opravdu se tam tradí jenom mezi hráčema a tím to vlastně končí, tak v podstatě nevidím důvod, proč by stejný model neaplikovali na Ion 2. No, to už je ale asi bez debaty a možná nějakého věštění v křišťálových koulích, že ano. Každopádně tolik z té problematice. Moje jméno je Magic Stark, díky moc za tvůj čas. Určitě povodá za každý like, odběr, sdílení tohohle z toho videa. Připoj se na náš i komunitní Discord v rámci Gamers Together, kde je svá komunita hráčů nejen hry Ion 2, nicméně už řešíme právě to, jaké...
Tu píše, že extrémní pay to win a vo videu hovorí, že vůbec nie pay to win.
Samozřejmě guildy,
je úplně jebo?
Jaký budeme mít frakci, máme tady samozřejmě LFG, chaty, makra, interaktivní mapu, memečka, vouchery a spoustu dalšího, co můžete využívat pro to, abyste opravdu nějakým způsobem Ion 2 společně s naší CZSK komunitou, samozřejmě připlní i s nějakýma dalšíma zahraničníma lidma, mohli právě využít a tím pádem si to budu užít nejenom právě solo. Přece je to MMOčko. Každopádně díky moc za tvůj čas a vidíme se příště.
Toto je nějaký pitches. On je úplně zdrogovaný. On je úplně na drgách. On je úplně spráskaný na prseku. Mrtvý hlava. A telku. Na drogách. Na prseku. Se úplně spráskala. To je úplne sprasený v mozgu. Vo videu hovorí, že podľa neho Ion 2, podľa neho Ion nie je pay to win. A v popise videa má, že mýlil som sa, Ion je extrémny pay to win. Úplne na drogách. Úplne na paseke. Rozmýšľam, že dorazíme. Mal by som doraziť ten druhý zápas s Bayernom Mníchovom. Asi. A prišiel ten čas. Prišiel čas na Bayern Mníchov. Ako pravda je, že stále som relatívne vydrtený, ale nohy nemám také studené. Tento druhý deň bol už oveľa lepší. Druhý deň. Drapa žltou. Okay. To začneme so Sergem Bachom, Torezom, Zvárom. Sergej Bacher, Torez, Zvára, Freddy Vicente, Funele Dál, Mabaje, Jan a samozrejme Amir. Gardomael. Jesus, okay, Freddie came to a similar request recently, was professional enough to get his head down, let me make decisions and play contracts. I should follow his example. You're right, I should more like Freddie consider this dropped. Good. Let's continue. Okay, let's continue. Ako je na tom? Ten? I guess. My bad. It's good. To je začal trénovať teda. To je u nás dlho. On je iba v Petržalke celý život. Prvý, druhý, tretí, štvrtý, piatý, šiestý, siedmy rok. To je petržalský štámgast, ktorý som zohnal na začiatku. Zváma kontakt do 36 a chcel by nový kontakt, ešte nie je to čas, ale to je náš dobré. Zváma podávať solidné výkony. Freddy, dobrý tréningový proces. Vicente to kádi. Oškodovací. To je náš dole. Advanced Percy Quickness, yeah. It's good. Púnalet. Ľubé tréningové zaťaženie. Púnalet podpísal nový kontakt. Takže on získa slovenské občianstvo tiež. Čoskoro. Funelet bude kľúčový slovenský stredopoliar. On teraz stredpola vie ukontrolovať, má rýchlosť, má balans. On na to má veľmi dobré tréningové vyťaženie, dal Ibrahim. Veľmi dobre odsypa tiež. Ja. Solidné. Amir. Solidné. Mauricio. Veľmi dobrý gázel. No. Dobré decision, dobrá koncentrácia, OK composure. Jumping age dáva dole samozrejme. Ale ináč solidný gázel, Mauricio. Pedro trošku teraz nehráva zápasy. Trošku. No. Jose Esclesa. Javier Lavázy. Igor ide. Trophy sa snaží, trénuje ako divoch. Už trénuje rýchlosť. Už trénuje rýchlosť a už má nejakú solidnejšiu rýchlosť. Aldrich trénuje tvrdo. Antič nič. Sissoko to dáva. Plán s Osikom je, že nemá koncentráciu. Nemá koncentráciu, nemá tackling, nemá positioning, nemá teamwork. Má veľké nedostatky. Veľké nedostatky s Vysokou. Dubravka išiel determináciu hore. Dubravka išiel determináciu na 16. To je tučno. To je tučno. Slabý crossing, slabý dribbling, ale má passing aký taký, má víziu, má rýchlosť, vie markovať, má aj tackling, aj techniku, a technikou pomôže s nejakým passingom, plus Dubravka ide hore. Ako veľmi to vie. No, aj ďaleko, to bol kvalitný na tej pozícii, ale Dubravka je mazec. Macoso, on pôjde do Dunajskej Stredy na hosťovania. Stepanovič, Nač, Toci, Pasolina. No. No. Freddy Ceza, to je vástačný squad. Ja ne u nás dlho. Oh shit. Oh fuck. This is not good. Oh shit. Oh shit. 1-2 dní. Ale to bude fit. Asi sa zlepšuje. I like to see the long transfer for loans, but if we can prove it, so get more playing to it come back. If we can prove it, it'll make a subbing impact sub. What do I have to do to improve myself? Because it's on a high level. 720. It sounds like hard work, but I've never shielded away from that in my career. That's good. That's good, Matsusa. That's good. You want to be a good motherfucker? You know what to do. You know what to do. You need to prove yourself. Háčiček chce dať sem. Teďky to môžem vyskúšať. Ale ozaj nemôže teoreticky začať. Môžeme to vyskúšať tak. Dáme Háčiča ako CM-ko. Dáme Lozania. Háčič neprodukuje moc dobre. Háčič by mal byť dobrý v AMCčku. Moc sa neosvedčil, ale tak uvidíme. 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 Hračičovi na tom centre, neviem, či mu to šmakuje celkom. Ako AMCčko má tiež veľký potenciál, passing má, techniku má, off the ball má, víziu má, rýchlosť tam má, dribbling tam má. Vyskúšame s Lozanom začínať, či sa osvedčí Lozane, uvidíme. Poďme na to, Bayerníko, páni, druhý zápas. Ak sa nám podarí neprehľad viacej ako jeden gól, sme tam. Spomenú na to páni. Dali sme dôveru Bacherovi, lebo produkuje veľmi, veľmi stabilné hodnoty. Tak uvidíme. Forget about all that, make sure pros move, not feeling 100% focus. Poďme na to. Uvidíme. Poďme na to. Dokážeme prehrať iba jeden gól. To je tá otázka kľúčová. Encourage. Come on. Bayern Mníchov začína akciu, čo nie je dobré. To si mal vypichnúť chlapina, ktorý z nich to nebol dál. Nové Sergej sa natiahol. Relatívne dobrá strela, relatívne dobrý zákrok. Nebola to úplne najnebezpečnejšia strela, ale dobrý zákrok. Problém je, že Bayern Mníchov má iba akcie, my nemáme. Ale Hračič sa chytil na 6-8 na tom poste. A tieto dlhé lopty. OK. Tak to je prvý. Nevia sa to dobre. Bacher zlyháva. Fucking hell, skoro to mal Cezar. Bacher nám tento zápas zlyháva. To nebol offside, chlapci. To je čistý Lozanov gól. Ignácio Lozano sa konečne chytil. Toto bol čistý Lozanov gól. Dáme ešte jeden? Ako to dosť komplikuje živom Bayernu, ak dáme ešte jeden. Holy shit! Holy shit, ako to uznajú. Tak vyhráme 2 nad Bayernom vonku. Ďaká hlave Jána Sedláka. Perfektnému úniku po pravej strane cez Freddyho. Ne, man. That's sad, man. Kto bol v offside? Ako sa mohol dostať do offside v tej situácii? Ja to nechápem. Máme veľkú šancu. Holy shit, dog. Holy fucking Christ, man. It's almost there. Bacher sa už trochu chytil do toho zápasu. Nakoniec je to krvilačný napätý zápas. Áno, Bayern tlačí všetko do útoku a otvárali sa nám tieto možnosti. Lozano, god damn it, man. God damn it, Iggy. Haračič už má iba 6-6. Ako nechcem Haračiča striedať. Špička v obore. Skúste Hernandeza nedať. No. Haračič mal iba 6-6, už jeho výsledky nie sú najlepšie na tom poste, ale stále je to Haračič. A stále bol nejaké kvalitné žitné ostrovy. Otázka je, čo vystriedame. Freddy má iba 6-6 a nehral zle. Naposledy, keď som dal Carvajal, dal gól. No, vystriedame Freddyho za Reyesa. Carvajal za Vicenteho. Bacher sa nakoniec chytil, Funele má 6-7. Útok zatiaľ nechám tak. Škoda to offside od Jána zase. To je druhý gól z offside, čo mal proti Bayernu aj v prvom zápase mal. To je bol offside. Však to úplne pustili. Ako ja dúfam, že to bol offside, nechaj oni majú offside. Prečo máme v kuse iba my offsidy? Ale ja sa obávam, že im to uzná znova. Dobre, neuznal. Chvála pánu, offside. Good. Haračič má 6-5. No nič. Musíme stiahnuť Haračiča. Dáme tam Antiča namiesto neho. Ináč sú všetci OK. Jan má zlý zápas. A stále je to Jan. To ich hocikedy môže udrieť. Jo, dlhé lopty nám robia problémy. No víš, nakoniec som stiahol Haračiča, dal som tam Antiča. God damn it. That's not good. Funele dál nemajú. Ale Funele odchádza preč, namiesto neho Magema Bea. Posledné striedanie. Môžeme skúsiť dať Bačíka. Pedro ide tiež. Namiesto Dála. Problém je, že už odchádzame. Teraz sme získali loptu, dlhý nákop, ale toto nič nerieši. Dobre, ale máme ju stále. Dobre, možno z toho niečo bude. Poď dozadu, Iggy! God damn it, man. God damn it, man. Ak sa budú kopať penalty, máme tam nejakých 9. Fuck, nemáme. Poď Pedro, poď. Poď Iggy, poď daj gól Iggy! Iggy, god damn it, man! Nemôžeme dostať ďalší. Yes! Yes! Prehrali sme, ale iba o jeden gól. Ideme ďalej. Ideme ďalej. Ideme ďalej. Prešli sme cez Bayern Mníchov. Damn it. Zvládli sme to. Zvládli sme to. Magema B, aby začínal. Nechali sme to takto, Haračič by si zvykal na to AMCčko asi. Ibrahim Baj, ale nie je zlý. Takisto. A neviem, či z neho dokážeme ešte niečo vykrekovať z Ibrahima Baja. Postupili sme ďalej cez Barníchu. Čo je neuveriteľné. Len teda. Mauricio si vyšiel na miesto Bachera. Neviem, či s Osisokom, či ho tam ešte chcem nasadzovať. Má potrebné kvality, ale stále je to Sissoko. O Stefanovič by mal tiež zasiahnuť. Nič toho, necháme tam silnú formáciu, predsa len dal Fuňalet. Háčič, Sedlak, Lozaňo. Bačík. Bačík bude striedať Lozaňa. Máme Antiča. Povieme, že živia Stepanovič. Stepanovič potrebuje zasiahnuť do toho zápasu. No Pedo nepôjde do toho zápasu. Beja Stefanovič, Delphi, Bačík. Bačík možno, Bačík by naskočil. Bajo by som chcel tiež dať. Bajo vždy odsýpal zápasy. Je to priveľa už, no je to tvrdé. Je veľká konkurencia v týme. Koľko strel chytil Sergej? Ako nebolo to najhoršie. Dostal 2 góly, ale ten jeden bol nechytateľný, by som povedal, tá hlava, to bolo veľmi ťažké chytiť. Lozaňo, Jan. Harčič, Jan, Lozaňo, Dal, Fuňalet. To iba 9 môže mať len. A jednoznačne by som chcel aj Bajeho do toho zápasu zapriahnuť. Nie Sissoko asi, ale Sissoka by som chcel tiež, nemá aspoň tú desinu v tej slovenskej líge. Baj začína zápasy vždy v slovenskej líge. Ako to spraviť? Nič, Igor Báčik sa asi nezmestí. Asi ešte jeho čas neprišiel celkom. Aj keď ja by som ho nasadil tiež do toho zápasu. Čo keď sa mi zraní obranca? Stefanovič by mal byť nasadený, Delphi, Magema, Bea, Antič, Sissoko. Nič, no, Sissoko. Sissoko vypadáva z equation. Čo týka Haračiča, ten začne znova. Ako Mbaye, by som povedal, že má svoju silu. Má 14, 16, 15. Má rýchlosť. Sissoko už končí, no, na škodu veci. Dúbavka. A podarilo sa nám to neskutočné. Koľko koeficientov dostala Slovenská liga a my? Takže koeficient sme zatiaľ nedostali žiadny za ten postup. Ale sme ďalej. To je istá vec, prečo sme ďalej. Dáni tam koho ešte majú? Dáňovo niekoho v konferenčnej lige? Ako nečakal som, že to dokážeme, ale zvládli sme to naozaj. Tento Čech, to je slušný obor. Mali získať koeficient. Sú postupili ďalej. Neviem, koho tam ešte Dáni majú. Škoda sme dokázali ten zápas aspoň remizovať, ale postupili sme si z Bayern Mníchov, takže to by som v živote nepovedal, že sa stane. Stalo sa to. Koho tam Dáni majú? Tuto niekoho musí mať, ne? Tak to nemal nikoho. Tak potom mal v Európe. Ale tuto niekoho. Ja, Brandby sa tam dostal z posledného. Brandby sa tam preťukal, no. A myslím, že Brandby tu kávu nenamieša. Doma prehrali 0-1. A typujem, že vonku prehrajú tiež. Normálne tento Rapid prešli cez Leipzig. Rakúšania. Vidíte ďalej. Galatasaray vyradil Atletico Madrid. Dobre, a Brøndby už asi vypadli. No. Ja. 3-0 prehrali. 3-0 prehrali vonku proti Holandianom, takže to znamená, že už je to jasné, už je to 100% potvrdené. Predbiehame Dánov, predbiehame Škótov. Slovenská liga predbieha Dánov, predbieha Škótov. Že 12. priečka je naša. Teoreticky ešte žije aj šanca na predbehnutie Grékov. Ale to už nie je tak dôležité, dosť dobré, že respektíve dôležité. Dobré, že sme že ideme na 12. Dobre, že prebiehame Dánov a Škótov a takisto dobré, že Dáni majú strašne malý koeficient, Škóti tiež. To znamená, toto ich bude, tieto dva koeficienty budú prenasledovať. Belgičania tiež zlyhali, Rakúšania úplne boostujú. Znova. Slovenská liga s určitosťou je na 12. pozícii. Dáni, Škóti idú za nás. Dáni, Škóti idú za nás. Gréci 11. zatiaľ, my 12. Slovenská liga pôjde na 12. miesto. Čo je tučné. Ani sa to pozerá zase. Aj keď túto sa to malo pozerať. Možno nie. Každý povie, Slovenská liga na 12. pozícii, čo by nás malo vyťahnuť aj túto z toho 18. miesta vyššie. To nie je to, sa robí tuším každé 2 roky alebo každé 3 roky aj na. Ale mali by sme ísť vyššie. A keď dúfam, že do 15. miesta sa pohneme, ale ja dúfam, že predbehneme Norskú ligu, lebo no Dáni úplne zlyhali a idú dole. Takisto zlyhali Škóti, tak ja dúfam, že no, tá 15. pozícia, to je tá dôležitá, lebo tam máš impressive. Tam si impressive. Ale dáme si ešte zápas s Trnavou. Takže Liverpool nás čaká. Takže postupili sme medzi 16. Začíname doma proti Liverpoolu. Dostali sme nejaký koeficient hora? Dostali. A dostali sme Liverpool. Ten druhý zápas nebol až taký dobrý série, ako by sme chceli. Koľko si vytočil? Nebol ani zlý. Ja by som povedal, že si ho oddychneš, dáme pása. Tak začneme Baje. Začína Haračigian, Baje, Dal Funelet, Vicente Freddy, Zvala Torres Rossi, v bráne Bas. Fuck. No aj koho tam násadím, nevychádza to moc dobre. Z hľadiska násadzovania. V tom ďalšom zápase by si viacej oddychli henty. Proti Košiciam akurát. To je boj o titul, máme 11 bodový náskok. A keď sa prehli s Košicami, nič sa nedeje. Ako dole skúsený Štámák, ktorý vyhráva zápasy. Ja. Zatiaľ nenasadzam a Magemu Beju. Ja som ho vlastne dostal. A mal 7,30 v lige, 6,70. Naskočil aj v lige na jeden zápas. Ja. Naskočil aj teraz len. No, poďme sa na to pozrieť. Začneme takto. Začneme so silnou formáciou. Stepanovič bude 27, bude 18. . Chcel by som aj Stefanoviča dať. Je vysoká šanca, že Freddy odohral asi celý zápas. No, uvidíme. Uvidíme. A určite naskočí Magema B, a určite naskočí Delphi, a určite naskočí Stefanovič. Lozena by som chcel tiež hodiť. LMB vie kopať tie trohy. Dal. Poviem, Dallas Funnel, to mi to vede roztačať. Ako dostali sme sa medzi 16 najlepších tímov v Lige majstrov. Čo samozrejme rekordné umiestnenie. Ten Liverpool, to už bude tvrdé sústosti, neviem ako sa popasujeme. Dal ďalší. Dal stále produkuje neskutočné číslo. Haračiš to tam prehral? Dal skill ďalší. No Baje vyhral tú loptu. Tentokrát tam Haračič bol, kde mal byť. Znova Haračič. Nič, Jan si oddychnú, Jan bude striedať. Jan má tvrdé zápasy príliš veľa. Freddy odohrá celý zápas. Rossi vyhral súboj vo vzduchu, čo je tvrdé. Freddy si dá celý zápas. Chce zomrieť na placi, zomrieť na placi. Máme tu nejaké dobré výsledky. Dobre, dál. Namiesto ide Delphi, namiesto Funeleta ideme Mbea Bea. Namiesto Mbaeho ide Milder Gantič, ide Stefanovič. A namiesto Jana ide Lozano. A namiesto Vicenteho ide Carvalho. Potrebuje Delphi, Maga B a Stefanovič dostať zápasov prax. Jan si potrebuje oddychnúť veľa zápasov. Haračič môže dojať celý zápas. Karval to nedokázal zatočiť, ako by si predstavoval. Dobre, takže môžeme si dať druhú várku toho Foodia. 21.34, namixujeme si druhú várku Foodia. To je to strašne zlé, no. Uznám mu to, nebolo v sede. No. Delfího prihrávka to vylizovala. Stepanovič nemá zlý zápas. Ani Bas, ani Rossi. Pridal ďalší. Zomel na placi. Ako Trnava dostáva extra náraz. 7-0. Mal by si dať možnosť ho stiahnuť a hrať 11. Proste by som ho stiahol. Tak nakoniec Bas dostal jeden. Na škodu veci. A nakoniec dostal sedmičku. Čo je dobré. Bol excelentný výkon. Ačiž podal excelentný výkon. Aj Delphi s Béom sa chytili. Zatiaľ sa pomaličky zabieha. Myslím, že Jan je spokojný. Ja mám u nás kontakt. Jan je petržalský alkoholik. Jan vždy bude petržalský alkoholik. Takže o Jana by som sa nejako neobával. Takže z vás si oddychne ďalší zápas, po namiesto neho Pedro. Rossi si oddychne, po namiesto neho Bacher. No, Antilozov naskočil minulý zápas do toho. Naskočil na mesto, áno. Antič má trošku problémy. Antič. Má toľko priestoru. Akurát to Trnava. Trnava, Slovan už je v prvej šeske a ten je stabilný v prvej šeske. Dunajská Streda sa nekvalifikuje do prvej šesky, čo je veľmi nepríjemná situácia a Slovan tam je. A Maďari to úplne sprasili, čo je šokujúce, pretože majú špičkových hráčov. A je šokujúce, že s takýmito špičkovými hráčmi to takto prasia. To je šokujúce vidieť. Pretože naozaj majú špičkových hráčov. Dokonca Polťáka majú. Je šokujúce vidieť, že majú špičkových hráčov a takto to prasia. Paríž FC znova ich čaká, tí skončili, no, týchto dostali ťažkého súpera. Takže nemám šancu. Koho dostal Slovan? Cipilský Larnakas. No. Uvidíme. Ale my môžeme byť spokojní s tým, že Slovenská liga predbehla Dánov a Škótov. Dáni, Škóti sú za nami. Takže 12. miesto Slovenská liga. Veľmi dobré. Mauricio Alvarez. Podľa mňa Mauricio Alvarez je solidný gázer. Není. 162 potenciál. No, není až taký. No. No dobre, čaká nás Liverpool, nejaké tieto švestky. Na dnes myslím, že sme dokázali sme prehať s tými Nemcami len o jeden gól. Takže ja si myslím, že môže byť spokojný. Ideme si namixovať teda druhú várku. A Foodia. Takže to je rekord, dostali sme sa medzi najlepší, medzi 16 v Lige majstrov. Ja si myslím, že môžeme byť spokojní. S Liverpoolom nepredpokladám, že niečo spravíme, ale tak skúsime doma znova zamiešať karty. Takže prešli sme cez ten párniku. Slovenská liga 12. miesto. Barvník s zónami. To nie je zlé. Toto je novinka?
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I appreciate y'all coming here and checking out this Fallout 76 video. In this one, we're going to be talking about some positive news that is circling around the internet over Fallout 76. So yeah, I hope you all find this enjoyable, and if you do, consider leaving a like. As always, so that support is totally optional. As you can see here, though, we're going to be starting off with this. I feel like this is some, positive news. In case you haven't heard, they are bringing back legacy seasons, as you see here. So something in the past that you may have missed out on, you'll be able to officially, get what you missed out on. Pretty cool that they're adding this for an additional thing. As you see, bam, this is an old season. This is the legacy season that will be coming back. So let's see how this will work. Starting with the slasher update this fall, we'll be bringing back one past season to sit alongside the current season so that everyone has a chance to rewards that they might have missed out on. Currently, a legacy season is planned to last for the span of one full season. So that's good to know. It's not just some mini season. Wow. A freaking wall. No one saw that. I'm not going to edit that out. No one saw it, all right? We didn't lose immersion. Okay? Just pretend I'm still in like a shed or a bunker, all right? Holy freaking guacamole, bro. That never happened. Anywho, back to what I was saying. So this will work alongside of the regular season. And it says here, legacy season utilize the same ticket pool as normal seasons. This means where you spend your tickets is completely up to you. So yeah, keep that in mind. Either way, pretty cool. And I like this change. All right, so next up here, I wanted to get into how the Gen 9 update is coming. I thought this was postponed. I thought this was not coming for a while, but dude, no, check this out. As you can see here in the Inside the Vault article, when they're talking about the new slasher update coming, which I'll get into that here in a moment, they also said, along with this content, our Gen 9 boost that benefits players on Xbox Series S, X, PS5, and older consoles will arrive. All console players will enjoy better performance, stability, and visual fidelity. This upgrade also affords our team the opportunity to optimize each platform individually down the road. So, dude, yes, that's welcoming. That is super awesome. This could also mean we could be getting bigger and better updates in the future. Now, this next gen update is being introduced into Fallout 76. This is maybe what they have been waiting on because they know how much consoles can handle and how much crashing has been happening on consoles and stuff. Maybe this is what they've been waiting on for the bigger meat that we've been wanting, which I'll be getting into that further in this video. That is a complaint, how the updates have been pretty lackluster. You know, that's real. Let's keep it real here. But anyways, also unique weapon crafting is coming. This is a very welcoming change too. Unique weapon crafting also makes its way to workbenches, as you can see, allowing players to fully unlock their potential with the ability to change legendary mods on any of the 80 plus uniquely named weapons found across the wasteland. So they could be bringing back some old unique weapons too, possibly, like the quick fix and, you know, some of those weapons that we got way back in the day from survival. Some of you may have earned those, but yeah, those are legacy now. Maybe they'll bring some of those back where we can earn them somehow, since we can, you know, make unique weapons more worth it. Anyways, now I want to get into this new slasher update that's also coming with this new season, Beware of the Blood Moon. This is pretty cool. I mean, it's not something super huge and new, but, you know, they added a little mini quest line, a spooky mini quest line, which, hey, that's cool. And it introduces more of the lore of the pint-sized slasher. Basically, this season is going to be over a new faction in the game. The pint-sized slasher cult is going to be coming in the...
Oh, fuck off. Fuck off, man. Fuck off, man. Fuck off. No. Skúsim moju dietu dať. Moju 1500 kalóriovú dietu denne. Tak takto vychádza 1500 denne. Sa mi vidí. A bol 1000. No, dáme si trochu fúdiu. Dožili sme sa strašných časov. Zdarujúcich depresívnych časov, nič sa nedá robiť. Proste z dajúcich depresívnych časov a nohy už nie sú také studené, ako boli predtým. Takže pomaly už nemám taký studený pocit, ako som mal predtým. Neviem, či je to len placebo, či sa mi to len zdá, ale pointa je, že už sa mi zdá, že už tie nohy nie sú na tom tak zlé. Čo sa týka svalov, dneska tie drapožruty už išli oveľa lepšie. Dám si druhú dávku foodia, aby som tie svaly ešte skúsil čo najviac regenerovať. Do útorka. Pretože je to čo to je? A preto si dám viacej foodia. Aby sa teoreticky mali z čoho regenerovať. Samozrejme je to len na teoretickej rovine. Teoretika, praktika. Tak uvidíme. Ale manažerovi to odsypá. Neviem, prečo má ten manažer už... Neviem, prečo ten manažer už ma nezaujíma nejako extra. Nie je to dobré, no. Čo sa dá. Tak časy sú zlé, som rozdrtený. Snažím sa dať dokopy nejako. Uvidím. Snažím sa dať nejako dokopy. A... Je pravda, že môžeš postaviť teoreticky to brnenie, môže postaviť tú klovku, dať ju na predaj. It's not a biggie. Z najhoršieho som vonku, dá sa povedať, si myslím. Teoreticky. Zlé to nie. Ten najväčší problém je s nohami začínam fixovať. Už ani nemám pocit v tom kolene, že je také napuchnuté, aké bolo predtým. Tie nohy sú na tom lepšie o niečo. Že to sú tie dôležité faktory. Že môj nohový stav sa zlepšil. Ale teda samozrejme stále ten istý problém, že nemám o nič záujem. Mám stále relatívne všetko urytie. Depresie stále mám, síce o niečo menšie možno, ale stále teda trem biedu. A ono hlavne trem biedu, lebo ma nič nebaví, nič nie. Nemám čo točiť. OSD nie je ešte. Power Excel skončil. Keď nemáš čím zamestnávať mysel, minimálne ja, keď nemám čím zamestnávať mysel, tak odchádzam. Odchádzam trošku do paseky. Povedzme si to, ako to je, odchádzam do paseky. Keď nemám čím zamestnávať mysel. A taký faktor. Ako manažer nie je zlý, otáčam ho ešte, áno, z času na čas rozbalujeme. Má veľké boosty, ale dnes som až taký ponorený do manažéra. Neviem prečo, len som do neho taký ponorený. To ponorené. Nakoniec tam oveľa skôr stáv 9:40. Ten nový rytmus. V 9:40 sa stáva po novom. Tak stále spím minimálne tých 6 hodín. Najneskôr o 3 si láhnem po novom. A keby nie, tak tých 5 hodín plus minus, čo je... Stále by som bol dostatočný na spík. Samozrejme to, že sa bieda burcuje. To, že motivácia viaze. To sú fakty. Otázka je, či dáme ešte jedno poler na ženách. Môžeme, prečo ne? Dáme ešte jedného polera. Prečo ne? Aj tak niečo točiť nejako. Manažera sme dali čo to, tu máme 23 000. Jeden poler to možno dobre vylíže. Pustíme si k tomu nejaký podmás. Sice aký. Ale...
How many push-ups do you really need to build muscle? 10, 100, or none of the above? Most people either do too little and stay weak, or burn out chasing numbers that don't even work. But here's the truth. You don't need hundreds of push-ups a day to get stronger. You just need the right amount, done the right way. In the next few minutes, I'll break down how push-ups actually build muscle, the exact number you should do daily based on your fitness level, and why your form and recovery matter more than your rep count. Let's clear the confusion and get you real results. Each push-up isn't just a rep. It's a signal. When you push your body off the ground, you're activating your chest, shoulders, triceps, and core. This causes micro tears in your muscle fibers. And that's good. Your body responds by repairing those tears through a process called muscle hypertrophy, building them bigger and stronger. That means if you're consistent, your push-ups aren't just burning calories, they're building real muscle mass, but only if you're doing the right amount. So, how many should you be doing? First, start by finding your max. How many clean push-ups can you do in a row with perfect form? Then follow this guide. If your max is under 25 reps, do 50 to 75 push-ups daily in 2 to 3 sets. If you can do 25 to 50 reps, do 75 to 150 reps daily in 3 to 4 sets. If you're above 50 reps, go for 150 to 250 push-ups daily across 4 or more sets. But don't stop there. You have to progress. Every week, add 5 to 10 more total reps, or shorten your rest time. That's called progressive overload, and it's the only way to keep growing. Now, how should you be doing push-ups? Here's the truth. 100 sloppy push-ups, they'll get you nowhere. But 10 perfect ones? That's how you actually build muscle. Pay attention to your form. No sagging hips, no flared elbows, no bouncing your head up and down. Fix it with this 3-step checklist. First, keep your core tight. Second, keep your body in a straight line from head to heels. Third, hands just outside your shoulders. Elbows at a 45-degree angle. Good form doesn't just prevent injuries, it accelerates your progress. Feel like you've mastered regular push-ups? Good. Now it's time to level up. Try these 3 muscle boosting variations. Decline push-ups to target your upper chest and shoulders. Diamond push-ups to build serious tricep strength. Plyometric push-ups to develop explosive power and activate fast twitch muscle fibers. That's how you break plateaus and keep making gains. More push-ups doesn't mean more progress. In fact, overtraining can completely stall your gains. Muscles grow during rest, not reps. So after intense sessions, give them 48 to 72 hours to recover. Alternate heavy and light days, or stick to 3 to 4 focused sessions a week. And on rest days, walk, stretch, mobilize, because smart recovery is what makes training stick. So now you have the answer. How many push-ups you really need each day to build muscle? Enough to challenge your body. Done with clean, controlled form, increased gradually over time, and supported by proper rest and recovery. Don't just chase big numbers. Chase better reps, smarter plans, and steady progress. Thanks for watching.
Moc spekuluje, moc spekuluje.
1 minute every day isn't some trendy fitness hack that sounds too good to be true. It's one of the simplest movements that can completely transform your shoulder health, spinal alignment, and grip strength. Most people never even consider hanging from anything as a legitimate form of exercise, but I'm going to show you exactly what happens to your body when you start doing this consistently. The first thing that changes is your shoulder mobility and health. This one might not seem obvious at first, but you're going to want to hear why hanging is one of the best things you can do for your shoulders. When you hang from a bar with your arms fully extended overhead, you're putting your shoulders into a position they rarely experience in daily life. Your shoulder joint is designed to move through a full range of motion, but most people spend their entire day with their arms at their sides or in front of their body. This creates tightness in the chest and front of the shoulders while weakening the upper back. Hanging reverses all of that. It stretches the pectorals, opens up the shoulder capsule, and activates the muscles that keep your shoulder blade stable. What makes this so powerful is that hanging decompresses the shoulder joint itself. When you're hanging, gravity is gently pulling your arm bone away from the socket, which creates space and reduces compression. This is like giving your shoulders a reset every single day. Most people who start hanging consistently report that nagging shoulder pain starts to disappear within just a few weeks. But have you ever noticed how some people look like they're constantly being pulled down by gravity? Rounded upper back, forward head posture, shoulders that roll inward. That's not just bad posture. That's years of spinal compression and poor movement patterns. Daily hanging can reverse that, and you'll see one of the most dramatic changes in how your spine feels and functions. The second major change is spinal decompression and improved posture. When you hang from a bar, gravity is literally pulling your entire spine into traction. Every vertebra in your back gets gently separated, which creates space between the discs and relieves pressure that's been building up all day from sitting, standing, and moving around. Your spine is designed to have natural curves, but hours of sitting flatten those curves and compress the discs. This compression is what leads to back pain, stiffness, and that feeling like your back is locked up. Hanging creates the opposite effect. It elongates your spine, restores those natural curves, and allows your discs to rehydrate. What's amazing about this is that it doesn't require any effort. You're not actively doing anything except holding on to the bar. Gravity is doing all the work, gently stretching your spine and creating space. We then move to the third change, and it's your grip strength. This might seem like a small benefit, but grip strength is directly linked to overall health and longevity. Studies show that people with stronger grips tend to live longer and maintain better function as they age. A stronger grip often means better overall body strength and less chance of injury. When you hang from a bar, your hands, fingers, forearms, and all the small stabilizer muscles in your arms have to work to support your entire body weight. This creates serious demand on your grip that you can't get from everyday activities. Most people are shocked at how weak their grip is when they first try to hang for even 30 seconds. But here's the thing, your grip adapts incredibly fast. Within just a couple of weeks of hanging daily, you'll notice you can hold on much longer. This carries over to everything else you do. Lifting weights becomes easier because your grip isn't the limiting factor anymore. Carrying groceries, opening jars, and any activity requiring hand strength suddenly feels effortless. Now, before we move on to the next benefit, I want to let you know that daily hanging is powerful, but it's just one piece of building a complete pain-free body. If you want a simple step-by-step blueprint that includes mobility work, strength training, and the exact exercises to fix common movement problems, I created an organized guide for you to follow, and it's linked in the description below. But anyways, the fourth change that happens is improved lat and upper back activation. Most people think hanging is a passive stretch, but your lats and upper back muscles are actually working the entire time to stabilize your shoulder blades and keep your shoulders in the right position. When you hang, your lats have to engage to prevent your shoulders from shrugging up toward your ears. Your rhomboids, lower traps, and serratus anterior all fire to keep your shoulder blades properly positioned on your ribcage. This constant low-level activation teaches these muscles how to work correctly, which carries over to every pulling movement you do. This is why people who hang consistently often see their pull-up numbers improve, even if they're not actively training pull-ups. The daily hanging is teaching their body the correct movement patterns and building the stability needed for more advanced pulling exercises. The fifth change is increased flexibility throughout your entire upper body. Hanging doesn't just stretch your shoulders and spine, it also stretches your lats, your core, and even your hip flexors if you let your lower body relax completely. This full body stretch is something most people never experience because they're always in a compressed position. Your body adapts to the positions you spend the most time in. If you're always hunched over and compressed, that becomes your default posture. But if you spend even just 1 minute per day in a fully lengthened position with your arms overhead, your body starts to remember what proper alignment feels like. Over time, this daily stretch starts to reverse years of tightness and restriction. Your overhead range of motion improves. Reaching up becomes easier, and movements that used to feel stiff and limited suddenly feel smooth and natural. The sixth benefit that most people don't expect is improved breathing capacity. When your spine is compressed and your ribs are pulled down by tight shoulders and lats, your lungs can't fully expand. This restricts how much air you can take in with each breath. Hanging opens up your entire ribcage. It lifts your ribs, expands your chest, and creates space for your lungs to fill completely. People who start hanging daily often notice they can breathe more deeply and fully. This increased breathing capacity means more oxygen to your muscles and brain, which translates to better performance in everything you do. The seventh and final benefit is mental resilience and focus. Hanging for a full minute isn't easy, especially when you first start. Your hands burn, your shoulders fatigue, and your mind starts telling you to let go. But when you push through and complete the full minute, you're building mental toughness. This might sound dramatic, but the ability to stay calm under physical stress translates to everything else in life. You're training your nervous system to stay relaxed even when things are uncomfortable. This carries over to workouts, stressful situations, and any challenge that requires you to push through discomfort. How do you actually implement daily hanging into your routine? It's simple. Find a pull-up bar, whether it's at the gym, at a park, or install one in your doorway. Start by grabbing the bar with both hands slightly wider than shoulder width apart. Let your body hang with your arms fully extended. Don't pull yourself up, just hang there. If you can't hang for a full minute right away, that's completely normal. Start with whatever time you can manage, even if it's just 10 or 15 seconds. Rest for a moment, then hang again. Repeat until you've accumulated 1 minute of total hanging time. As you get stronger, you'll be able to hang for longer uninterrupted periods. The key
Minútu
is
50 som
consistency.
dokázal
Hanging for 1 minute
vysieť.
every single day is far
Maximálne.
more effective than hanging for 5 minutes once per week.
Minúta.
Your body adapts to frequent exposure. And
Minúta
the daily
50.
stimulus is what creates lasting changes in your mobility, strength, and posture. Some tips to make hanging more effective. Keep your
Maximálne
shoulders
minútu
pulled
50
down
som
away
dal.
from your ears. Don't let them shrug up. This engages your lats properly. Breathe normally throughout the hang. Don't hold your breath and let your lower body relax completely. You want your entire spine to decompress, not just your upper back. As you get more comfortable with basic hanging, you can add variations. Try a wider grip to emphasize lat stretch. Try a narrower grip to focus more on shoulder mobility. You can even do active hangs where you pull your shoulder blades down and together, then relax and repeat. This adds an element of strength training to the mobility work. And with that, guys, you've got everything you need to understand why hanging for just 1 minute every day can transform your body. If you found this video helpful, make sure you leave your comments and thumbs up below. Let me know if you're going to start hanging daily and what changes you notice. And if you haven't already, make sure you subscribe
Minúta
and turn
50
on
dokážem
notifications
vysieť.
so you never miss a video when we put one
Maximálne.
out.
Začínal som na minúte, minúta 10, minúta 20. Minútu 50 som včera dokázal vysieť, ale to už ty kokos mi ruky pekne išli do paseky. To už mi ruky išli pekne do paseky. To už sa mi normálne otvárali ruky, už som pomaly padal. Len už sa mi otvárali ruky, už som pomaly padal. To už bolo také pomaličky, som sa stále odpadával. Ja. Ako 2 minúty je cieľ. Dve minúty je cieľ vysieť. Dve minúty je cieľ vysieť. Máme ešte nejaký podmas?
Hello, health champions. Sometimes people keep eating the wrong foods because they just don't know any better. But other times, it's because what they are being told is actually wrong. So today, I want to go over the real reasons you want to avoid these 10 foods. So in no particular order, this is food number 1, canned soup. And here's a brand that shall remain anonymous. And what was interesting was where the source where I got this information, they said to avoid soup. But the only thing out of this list that they found objectable was salt. Now, I think there are a few other things. Salt is about the only thing that I think is relatively safe on this list. But when they talk about something that's enriched, what does that mean? That should be a word that sounds off an alarm bell, because enriched means they took away a lot and put back a little. So it's like I take $1 from you and I give you a penny back, and now I have enriched you. That's what it means. So enriched foods are processed and depleted foods. Next, we have wheat, which we'll go over more later, which is one of the most common allergens. There's virtually no one that tolerates wheat properly anymore. Monosodium glutamate is an excitotoxin. It's a neurotoxin that makes your brain think food tastes better than it does, and it kills brain cells, and it makes you eat more of certain foods than your body normally would. Cornstarch, nothing good about it. Modified cornstarch could mean just about anything. Cane sugar flavoring could mean anything. Yeast extract is often a pseudonym for monosodium glutamate or other synthetic artificial flavoring agents. Soy protein isolate means that they have processed. They start off with soy, which is not a great food in the first place, but then they process it harshly with solvents and acid to isolate these proteins. So not a great food, harshly processed. And then we have phosphate. And we'll cover this in a couple more places I'll show you. But phosphate is in the body, it works in balance with calcium. In your bone, you have 10 parts calcium to 4 parts phosphorus. And anytime that we get too much phosphorus, it's not a bad thing in itself. It's obviously essential, but when we add too much, we unbalance the calcium in the body and we actually deplete calcium from the bone. So processed foods containing a lot of phosphate are actually promoting bone loss and osteoporosis. So canned soup, it's more of an example for you to avoid. Whenever something has this list of ingredients, then you just know it's not a great food. So this carries over to hundreds of different items. Number 2 on the list is white bread. And there's little argument anymore that this is not a great food. First of all, it's hybridized. And that means they've genetically altered it. They've changed it to give higher yields, to be more resistant to weather. And they've also changed it so that it has higher levels of a specific kind of gluten that's extra sticky. That's how they can make this bread so super fluffy, which you can't do with really any other kind of grain. And that makes it chewy and fluffy, but most people have a really hard time tolerating that kind of gluten. That's why some people can eat ancient grains, but they can't eat this modern form of wheat. The wheat grain basically has 3 things in it. It has starch, bran, and germ. And the starch is another form of sugar, bran is fiber, and germ is where the vitamins and minerals, that's where the fat-soluble vitamins are. But when they process it, in order to turn it into this white fluffy thing, they remove the fiber and they remove all the nutrients. And this is the main reason why the mainstream looks down upon this bread. That's why they don't recommend it, because they say it's empty calories. And also to some degree, they say that it has a very high glycemic index of 75, give or take a couple, which is actually higher than table sugar. So it will raise your blood sugar tremendously fast. It's basically just another form of sugar. It will start breaking down into glucose within seconds of being in your mouth, and then it goes very quickly to raise your blood sugar within minutes. Wheat also contains something called wheat agglutinin, which is a lectin. And people can have different degrees of sensitivities to lectins. For some people, it's a life-changing problem, and for some, it's barely noticeable. But what this does is it damages the surface of certain structures. And one is the gut lining. So by damaging the inside of the gut lining, it promotes gut irritation and leaky gut and food sensitivities. By irritating and damaging the inside of blood vessels, called the intima, it promotes cardiovascular disease and inflammation in your cardiovascular and your circulatory system. Another problem with wheat is that most of it is produced with something called glyphosate. which is a probable carcinogen and that has been banned in many countries around the world. But then we have something really, really interesting that everyone agrees that this is junk food, but for some reason, this closely related thing called wheat bread is promoted as a health food, as a staple, as necessary even. And when we look at the big long list of characteristics, they're virtually identical. The only reason is that in whole grain bread, they keep the bran and the germ, which of course I'm in favor of. You shouldn't remove certain beneficial portions. And the other difference is that the glycemic index is 75 versus 74. So in other words, virtually exactly the same. Everything else about these are identical. In the mainstream, the only thing they object to is that they remove a little bit of the nutrients, which again is a bad thing, but they're missing the big picture that people are reacting, and this is causing inflammation at so many different levels. So I would definitely avoid this, but I would also avoid that as well. Number 3 on the list is canned tuna. And it's not just canned tuna, but any kind of tuna really. It's convenient, it's filling, it's tasty, but it has something called mercury. Tuna is a large fish, it's a predator, so when it eats the smaller creatures of the ocean, it concentrates all the toxins in those smaller creatures. And there was a study, and as a result of that study, they recommended that pregnant women should avoid tuna altogether because mercury is such a potent neurotoxin that it prevents the proper formation of the baby's brain and nervous system. But I think we also want to understand that if it has that effect on the pregnant woman and the fetus, then it's something that we ought to be cautious with. So I'm not saying you need to avoid it 100%, but don't treat it as a staple. Don't eat it all the time. I'd say maybe every couple of weeks or once a month or something, then you have a little tuna. Number 4 is diet soda. And the biggest questions people have all the time is it compatible with keto? Is it all right? Does it spike insulin? Will it break a fast? And the answer is that it works for keto. It doesn't spike insulin, at least not much in most people. It doesn't really break a fast. But those are irrelevant questions because this is not food. Any more than you would eat paint chips with lead in them, you do not want to touch this stuff. Aspartame is one of the more popular artificial sweeteners, and it breaks down into formaldehyde, which is embalming fluid, and ethanol, that's wood alcohol, the stuff that makes you go blind. And the list of complaints about aspartame is endless, but they have a hard time pinning anything specific on it, so it's still out there. The other popular artificial sweetener is called sucralose, also known as Splenda. And when they marketed this and promoted it, they have learned that people didn't like artificial things. So they spent a lot of time and energy promoting sucralose as something natural. They said it's as natural as carbohydrates and sea salt because sodium chloride is sea salt and carbon is in every living thing. But what they lied about, what they implied that is not true, is that these things go together, and they don't. In sucralose, they force them together into a covalent bond, which is a strong bond. And these two things, when you put them together in that kind of bond, they become pesticides. And that's how they discovered sucralose, is that they were trying to develop a pesticide when they found that it tasted sweet. So things like DDT and aldrin and dieldrin, and the list goes on and on. This is just a partial list. What do these things have in common? They are chlorocarbons, or also known as organochlorides, and they have been proven to be so toxic that they were banned years or decades ago. But they're so pervasive in the environment that even 50, 60 years after the ban, they are still detectable. Number 5 on the list is potato chips. And the most common objection that you hear is that they're high in salt and high in fat. I don't have a problem with that, but we'll talk more. And therefore, of course, they're high in calories. Something curious, though, is that it basically produces a bottomless craving. There's only so much fat you can eat. There's only so much bacon or so much meat or so much steak. But there is no limit to how much potato chips you can eat. It just keeps going and going. If the bag is open, then it's going to get finished. So that sort of gives you a hint that this acts more like a drug than a food. And it's not the amount of fat that's the problem with chips. It's the type of fat. They fry these things in seed oils, commercial mass-produced oils that are inflammatory. They're harshly processed with chemicals and high heat. And they promote insulin resistance because they're inflammatory and because of something called reactive oxidant species that create oxidative damage. When I first came to the US, I was surprised to find that potato chips was promoted as food. I'd always thought of them as a party snack. It's something that you had once a month or less at a party. But here, it was everywhere. It was every fast food meal had the option of being served with potato chips. So unfortunately, I expect the rest of the world is kind of following suit in that regard, that we're just allowing more and more processed foods to be part of actual, what we consider food, rather than the occasional snack. Number 6 is fake maple syrup. Real maple syrup is a relatively natural product. You basically drill into a tree and you give it some time and you get maple syrup dripping out. Now, that's still very high in sugar, but it does have some nutrients, and if you were to only make a treat when there's a birthday or a special event, then I don't have a huge problem with maple syrup. However, when you start eating it with pancakes for breakfast every day, now that's a problem. Even more of a problem is when we don't differentiate between different types and we think that one thing is just as good as the other, but most of the commercial stuff is not natural. Now you have a processed, refined, empty calorie sugar that is basically all of what this regular pancake syrup is. Or even worse, they used more high fructose corn syrup. Or even worse, they start promoting sugar-free syrup because they figure, hey, the sugar is the problem. Now let's make something sugary that doesn't have sugar. So now it's a complete disaster of a chemical concoction. So now we have sorbitol, cellulose, caramel color, and the list goes on and on and on. So again, when you see these kinds of things, just stay away. And let me also point out that, again, we have phosphate and phosphoric acid, that it's a natural compound. In small amounts, it's not a problem. But by the time you start adding it in a lot of processed foods, now it starts pulling calcium out of the bone and promoting osteoporosis. So keep a lookout for that. Number 7 is margarine, and this has an interesting history. It goes back to 1869 when Napoleon had a contest where he invited people to come up with a cheap butter substitute so that he could send it with the army and so that poor people could afford it. And in the beginning, they came up with something that was made from beef tallow, and they mixed it with water and milk, and apparently it was resembling butter, and they were real happy. And that was how margarine was made until the Great Depression and World War II era, because now there was a rationing of animal products. They couldn't get easy access to the tallow anymore, and they had to find something else. So now they started using seed oils and plant oils. Problem was the tallow was solid at room temperature, but seed oils are liquid at room temperature or refrigerated. So they had to really start changing the chemical structure of these, and that's where they invented hydrogenation, which basically means you're pumping a bunch of hydrogen in at high pressure and high temperature, and you saturate that unsaturated oil. But in the process, you create something called trans fat. And trans fats are so harmful, and they are generally recognized as harmful. So now there is a requirement for food labeling. But here's the curious thing, that here we have a food label that says trans fat 0, and yet over here in the fine print they say partially hydrogenated. And we know that partial hydrogenation produces trans fat. So how can this be? Here they say that it's in the product, and here they say 0 grams of trans fat. So this is a labeling trick. It's called lying. That 0 grams per serving means that you could still have 0.499999 grams per serving, not per cup or per package, but per serving. So depending on how you define the serving, you can still have a tremendous amount of trans fats in here and still comply to the labeling requirement and satisfy people and be able to put on the front and say, look, 0 trans fat. So if you define your serving size as 5 grams, now your product can still have 10% trans fats. And these are toxic at very, very low levels. If you define a serving as 10 grams, now you can have 5%. And as in this case, a tablespoon is 12 grams, you could still have 4.2% trans fat and call it 0 grams of trans fat per serving. So don't fall for these tricks. They are lying. And they'll come up with one clever, deceiving name after another, such as, I can't believe it's not butter. Well, you'd better believe it's not butter. And on a completely unrelated note, if you have a bunch of these cute guys in your yard and you're trying to grow something, then you know that anything you try to grow, they refer to as, I can't believe it's not lettuce. Number 8, energy drinks. People drink these because it feels like they give you energy, but that's a fallacy. They do not give you energy, they borrow energy. So you're borrowing energy from someplace so that you could have it temporarily. But what these drinks actually do is they are stimulants. And stimulants are things like caffeine in coffee. It perks you up so you think that you have more energy, which you do temporarily. But the more often you do that, the more you're going to kind of have to pay it back later. They also contain guarana, which is just another name for caffeine. Guarana is another plant besides the coffee bean that contains caffeine. They also throw in some synthetic B vitamins, which in large doses act as stimulants. And they throw in a bunch of sugar or worse. And the sugar can give you the impression, you raise your blood sugar, you get a little spike, and you feel a little perky for a short time. Or worse is they call them sugar-free, and they just jack up the caffeine and they give you some artificial sweeteners. But realize that while these seem to give you some energy, they actually borrow energy. It's like a credit card. The more you use it, the more you have to pay back later. It gives you impression of having a resource in the short term, but it costs you way more long term. Number 9 is fruit juice. And while fruit juice is made from fruit, which potentially has some benefit, in fruit juice you concentrate the nutrients. So that could theoretically be a benefit, that there's some nutrients, now you concentrate the nutrients, you can get more of them at once. But the problem is you also concentrate the sugar. So while you're getting a little more of something you might want, you're getting a lot more of something you don't want. And then the bigger problem is that everything that you buy in the store is going to be pasteurized by law, and therefore they're going to kill off every form of enzyme, everything that's been alive, and virtually destroy all the nutrients in there. So the store-bought stuff that they call juice is really just sugar water. It is right on par with soft drinks. You could argue it's a tiny little bit better because there's still some nutrients, and yes, that's true, but think of it basically as a soft drink. Number 10 on the list is deli meats or luncheon meats or cold cuts. And Ham, sausage, prosciutto, salami, they're very popular. They could be made from pork or beef or chicken or turkey. And what's the greatest objection that is being brought forward? It's that they're high in salt. And this is not why you want to worry about these. Next objection often brought up is that there's an association to cancer. They found that people who eat a lot of these have higher rates in cancer. But we want to understand that it's the difference between the raw material and the end product. We want to start asking, how was it raised? And even more so, much more important, what was added? Because you could have a good raw material, but if you add a bunch of chemicals and junk, now it's poison. So some of these things that are added are sodium nitrite. It's a preservative that enhances and maintains the red color. But there's also a lot of products that are perfectly fine without this. They also add sugar. They add various chemicals, preservatives, BHT, butylated hydroxytoluene, and many other things with equally strange names. They add monosodium glutamate that we talked about. It's an excitotoxin. It makes things taste better, makes your brain think they taste better than they do, and therefore you eat more than you normally would. And they put things like cornstarch in here, and why not put some more artificial color, some aspartame and some sucralose in there as well, because people are hooked on the sweet taste. Fortunately, there are a lot of alternatives today in the deli counter, especially if you find a good quality store that caters to the health-oriented people, that you can get all of these without any of these chemicals or artificial ingredients, and then it is a perfectly fine food. If you enjoyed this video, you'll love that one next. And if you really want to learn more about how the body works and how to master health, make sure you subscribe, hit that bell, and turn on all the notifications so you never miss a life-saving video.
There is a very, very small, tiny change that I'd like you to consider making to your daily routine. And from where I'm sitting, it might just be one of the highest return shifts that you could ever make for your long-term health. Now, I'm very careful to say one of rather than the single biggest, because obviously I talk about diet and exercise and other daily habits all the time across this channel. But this particular shift is one that I haven't really mentioned before, and it sits alongside all of those other habits I talk about all the time. And very few people that I actually meet are actually doing this. But the thing is, because this change is so tiny, I want to introduce it a bit carefully in this video, because I bet a lot of you would immediately hear it and decide it's either too obvious or too simple or not significant enough. So bear with me in this video, because I want to take you through what the research has uncovered over the last decade or so, share with you what's changed in my own health when I made this shift, and then explain how to do it yourself. The habit itself is really straightforward, but the reasons it works are far more interesting. Now, I'm going to be completely honest and say that I've been doing this for quite a while now, and the difference it's made to me personally has been one of the biggest turnarounds I've ever had with my own health. And I say that because a medical condition that I've got, that I've been on strong medication for every single day for years, it gradually eased to the point where I no longer needed that medication at all because of this habit. My sleep improved, my energy through the day improved. And the curious thing about all of this is that nothing dramatic actually changed about what I ate. The change was purely in when I ate, specifically not eating close to bedtime. And there's some very specific physiological reasons why that is so important. Now, to understand why this works, you have to understand that nearly every single organ in your body runs on its own internal 24-hour clock. And these clocks together are called your circadian rhythm. Remember, it's not only your brain that knows whether it's day or night, your liver and your gut and your pancreas, your heart, even the muscles in your arms and legs, each have their own circadian rhythm, switching on certain genes and switching off other genes depending on the time of day. So during the daylight hours, when you're meant to be active, these organs are tuned in to take on fuel and digest it and to put it to work. After dark, after you go to bed, they shift their mode entirely. They wind down digestion and they turn instead towards repair and restoration and cleaning waste from your cells. Every single part of your body does different things in the nighttime compared to when you're awake. And this division of labor is a deeply evolved survival advantage because no organ can perform two opposite jobs at once. So doing the work of digestion by day and then the work of repair at night has kept us very efficient and healthy for tens of thousands of years. The single most important point to grasp is this. So light is what synchronizes the master clock for your brain. But for most of your other organs, the strongest signal isn't light at all. It's food. The moment you eat something, your first meal of the day, your liver and your guts conclude that it must be daytime and they switch back into their active digesting state. So when you eat a meal at 10 or 11 or 12 at night, or you get a kebab on the way home after a night out, you are sending a signal to all of your organs that says, wake up, it's daytime, during a time when they should be repairing and restoring themselves. A lot of what we now understand about this process comes from the work of Sachin Panda, who's a professor at the Salk Institute in California. So he spent the last 15 or 20 years or so leading some of the most influential research in this entire field. Professor Panda's lab essentially pioneered the modern day study of what we now call chrononutrition, which is the science of how the timing of food, not just its content, actually shapes our health. When you eat close to bedtime, there are several different things that happen all at once that very quietly raise your risk of lots of different kinds of diseases. The first one is that your blood sugar control completely falls apart at night. Your pancreas and your muscles handle a meal far less well in the evening than they do in the morning, even if the meal is identical. The same plate of food eaten at 9 in the evening will spike your blood sugar much higher and keep it elevated longer overnight than it would do if you ate that same meal at 9 in the morning, because the cells that are supposed to mop up that sugar are quite literally winding down for sleep. So if you repeat that night after night, year after year, decade after decade, then you very slowly nudge yourself towards insulin resistance and type 2 diabetes, which is literally one of the biggest drivers of heart attacks and strokes that we know of. The second thing is what happens to your blood pressure. So your blood pressure is supposed to dip overnight by around 10 or 20%. It's quite a big drop, which I've covered in detail in lots of different other videos. So that dip is part of how your cardiovascular system rests and recovers. When you eat a substantial meal close to your bedtime, you redirect a huge volume of blood to the gut to handle that digestion. You raise your heart rate and you blunt that nocturnal dip. Over the long term, that blunted dipping, or where your blood pressure doesn't go as low as it should, is independently linked to a higher risk of heart attack and stroke and heart failure. Now, the third one is the impact of the hormones that should be settling down at night. Cortisol, which is your main stress hormone, is supposed to be at its lowest as you fall asleep. But if you eat late into the evening, particularly anything sugary or refined, which is what most of us eat these days, that drives a cortisol response on top of an insulin response, keeping your body in a very low level alert state right when it should be trying to calm down and get ready for sleep. And melatonin, which is literally the hormone that prepares you for sleep, doesn't pair well with insulin. When food and melatonin compete together at the same time, the body handles glucose much less well. which is part of why nighttime meals seem to land particularly badly. So if you stack those three things together, so blood sugar, blood pressure, and then also the hormonal problem as well, then you start to see why late night eating is now treated as a genuine risk factor for all these different chronic diseases in its own right. What's really interesting though is that we already know plenty of other habits that cause this exact same trio of problems. Things like chronic stress, or poor sleep, or smoking, and a diet full of ultra-processed foods. And most people would readily accept that those are bad for the heart and your brain and everything else. But very few people seem to realize that eating late at night produces almost the same internal pattern in your body. The damage is the same shape, it's just arriving through a different door, which is why your body is so complex. There are lots of different things that you do all day, every day, that can cause big problems in your health. I want to tell you about my own experience with this app because it completely shifted how seriously I take this. So, as I've mentioned before, for a long, long time, for many, many years, I suffered from really, really bad acid reflux. I would get horrendous pain in the center of my chest, spreading across both sides, into the back, in my throat as well, and it would make me feel sick on a daily basis. The only thing that I found would work was literally dissolving spoonfuls of baking powder or bicarbonate of soda into water and then just downing the whole thing. Eventually, after some tests, I ended up on lansoprazole, which is quite a strong acid suppressing medication. And I took it at 30 milligrams twice a day, which is pretty much the highest dose, or one of the highest doses you can take. And I did a video specifically on this a few weeks ago about how I managed to come off this medication. Now, eventually I had an endoscopy or an OGD, a gastroscopy, which is where they pass a camera into your mouth, through your esophagus, into your stomach. And it turns out that I've got a condition called a hiatus hernia, which it isn't that uncommon, to be honest. In simple terms, this is where the upper part of the stomach pushes through the diaphragm, which is that big sort of flat muscle that separates your chest from your abdomen just here, which weakens the valve at the top of the stomach that normally keeps acid where it belongs. So I had, or I still do have, a genuine physical, structural problem that causes this reflux. For me, it's not just a habit problem. But what changed everything for me wasn't this medication, it was stopping eating late at night. Once I started closing my eating window earlier on in the evening and giving my stomach plenty of time to empty before I lay down, the symptoms began to fade away. So I halved the dose. I was taking 30 milligrams just once a day instead. And then I halved it again to 15 milligrams just in the morning. And eventually I came off the lansoprazole entirely. Now these days, it almost never bothers me at all. And on the rare occasion it does, I just take a couple of Rays, but that's probably twice a month, if I'm being honest. Now the hernia, obviously, is still exactly where it was. It is still there. Nothing has been done to address the structural cause. But what that obviously says here is that this very simple lifestyle change, not having food in my stomach when I lay flat, because obviously when you're flat, stomach acid, which is produced to digest food, can then track back up into your esophagus because there's no gravity there to keep it down. This tiny change managed to reduce the symptoms of a structural problem inside my body more effectively than a powerful daily medication ever did. It really does bring home just how much our daily choices can shape what our body actually feels. And the thing is, if you eat late at night often enough, and if you get heartburn often enough, it's not just the heartburn that's just benign, you're damaging the lining of the esophagus over the years, which raises your long-term risk of conditions like Barrett's esophagus and esophageal cancer. So late eating isn't just uncomfortable for some people, it has serious downstream consequences. It also very quietly degrades your sleep. While you're digesting a heavy meal, your body is having to redirect blood to the gut and keep your heart rate slightly elevated to process all of that food, when it should be deep in restorative sleep. Even if you fall asleep just fine, we know that the quality of your sleep is reduced because of the digestive work going on all at the same time, and you will wake up less refreshed than you should be. So obviously the simplest way to fix all of this is to do all of your eating inside a defined window during the day and leave a proper long fast overnight. So in our house, we normally do a 14 or 16 hour overnight fast as the default. We don't really think about this as fasting. It's just when we have our evening meal and then when we have our breakfast. What's happening inside you during that overnight window is really worth understanding properly though. So for the first several hours, your body works through the glucose left over from your last meal. It then begins drawing down on its glycogen stores, which is the form of carbohydrate stashed in your liver and your muscles for pretty quick access. And then once that glycogen runs low, which starts at around 12 hours, your body then shifts gear and starts breaking down fat for fuel instead, producing very small amounts of ketones in the process. So even just a very brief, gentle dip into ketosis once a day appears to bring pretty good benefits, including improved insulin sensitivity, lower inflammation levels, and the activation of the body's cellular cleaning systems where damaged components of the cells are recycled rather than left to accumulate. And obviously this becomes a lot more powerful if the amount of carbs you eat during the day is as low as possible as well. And I did a whole video on the keto diet. I think it was around an hour and 20 minutes long a couple of weeks ago if you want to check that out. Now there's a deeper benefit to all of this as well. It's what we call metabolic flexibility, which simply means your body's ability to switch easily between using carbohydrates and then fat as fuel. We can use both of them. A healthy body should be able to flip between the two without any fuss. And that flexibility is what our ancestors relied on for hundreds of thousands of years because food wasn't constantly available. And being able to coast along on stored fat through a very lean stretch was the difference literally between surviving and not surviving. Modern eating with snacks and meals running constantly from breakfast until bedtime never lets the body practice that switch. So we lose the ability to burn fat efficiently. So training yourself back into a daily fast, even if it's just 14 or 16 hours overnight, retrains exactly that machinery, the same machinery our biology was actually built around. And the clinical work surrounding all of this has now become pretty substantial. So in 2019, the Salk team, the Salk Institute, ran a study on people with metabolic syndrome, which is this cluster of conditions that includes things like blood sugar and blood pressure and abnormal cholesterol and excess visceral fat as well. And they simply asked all of these people in this study to do all of their eating within a 10-hour window without changing what they ate at all. So basically they were eating for 10 hours and then fasting for 12 hours overnight, which is basically having your evening meal at 6 p.m. and your breakfast at 8 a.m. This is not extreme stuff. Now, by the end of that study, those same people had reduced their body weight, their belly fat, their blood pressure, and their cholesterol, having counted not a single calorie. They improved basically every single cardiovascular risk factor purely by changing the timing of their meals. Now, later work has actually gone on to show this same pattern of benefits, and Professor Panda's lab went on to demonstrate that time-restricted eating like this actually reshapes gene expression right across your entire body. I hope I'm getting across just how important and influential this sort of eating is. Let's just add up what this one change is doing inside your body. So we're talking about better blood sugar control, that lowers your risk of type 2 diabetes. We're talking about restored nocturnal blood pressure, which lowers your risk of stroke and heart failure. We're talking about lower chronic inflammation levels, which lowers your risk of pretty much every disease that we know of, including cancer. We're talking about better sleep, lower cortisol, better daily metabolic flexibility. All of these stack up on top of one another, and the cumulative effect on your risk of dying early is far greater than any single one of these in isolation. And that's exactly what medications do. They work on one tiny small process on its own. They don't work on everything altogether. And the way I try to think about all of this is to think of disease as a row of tipping points. So you have a tipping point for diabetes, you've got a tipping point for high blood pressure becoming dangerous, you've got a tipping point for your arteries becoming inflamed enough to start failing and causing heart attacks. You've got a tipping point for your cells losing the ability to clear their own damage. And through your 40s and 50s and 60s, you very quietly drift towards each of those tipping points. And bad health is essentially the moment that one of them gets crossed. Now, a tiny daily change like this, a daily nudge in the right direction, might only push you back a millimeter or so from those edges. But the thing is here, the same tiny nudge does that to several edges at once. So multiply that by 10 years and 20 years and 30 years of consistent practice doing these things all the time, then a habit that looks insignificant on any single day turns out to keep you on the safe side of all of those tipping points simultaneously, while the people that do nothing for their health slowly crosses those tipping points one by one as they get older. This is why something as simple as not eating in the 3 hours before bed and giving yourself this proper fasting window overnight really does lower your risk of an early death. It's not because this habit on its own is performing a miracle or is super powerful on its own. It's because it's quietly working on 4 or 5 or 6 different disease processes at the same time, every single night for the rest of your life. And the most powerful thing about it, as with every habit I talk about, is the amount of time you actually do it for. So with all of that said, you've got to try and finish your last meal at least 3 hours before you go to bed. So your stomach is pretty much empty by the time you lie down. Try and aim for an overnight fast of at least 14 hours, which is the threshold where the metabolic benefits really start to kick in. So if you finish eating at 7 in the evening, then simply don't eat again until 9 the next morning. And because you spend most of those hours actually asleep, it's far less daunting than it first sounds. You don't have to think about it because you're unconscious literally for most of that fasting window. But you've got to be honest with yourself about the start though. So the first week or two, you will feel hungry in the evening or first thing in the morning because your body has been trained to expect food at those times of the day, and it complains when it doesn't arrive. But that hunger really does fade pretty quickly, though, usually within a couple of weeks. And what you discover on the other side of that is that you honestly don't need as much food to get you through the day as you thought you did. And this is because your appetite will naturally settle down. Your cravings will start to settle down. And the meals start to feel more like actual events rather than just like a steady stream that you barely notice where you graze constantly throughout the day. The great thing about this, though, is that it doesn't ask you to give up any particular food. It doesn't involve weighing or measuring anything, and it doesn't cost anything. If anything, you will spend less money because you're buying less food. The effects on your blood pressure and your blood sugar and your weight and your reflux symptoms like I had, and your sleep quality and your long-term disease risk, these are absolutely remarkable for something so simple. Remember, your body was built to expect a daily rhythm of feeding and fasting, and giving it back that overnight rest is one of the most cost-free, side effect-free, high-impact things that you can do for your long-term health. So if you're not already doing this, then just try it for a couple of weeks and see how you feel. I guarantee that the vast majority of people who try this will feel better about themselves. You'll have better sleep, you'll feel less hungry, you'll be more rested during the day, and you will know that you're doing something really powerful for your long-term health. So I really hope you found that video useful and helpful, and you got some really good tips from it.
Not really,
If you
but
did, then please give it a
kind
thumbs
of.
up and
What's
subscribe
fun,
to the channel as well. I promise you, it's completely free. It doesn't cost you a penny, and it really does help this channel grow and hopefully reach more people who can benefit from this advice.
Yeah, we can benefit. Dobre páni, balíme. Keby nejaké pikočky zametáte, si potom sa o ne podelíme. Snáď sa vidíme. Ja dverzím poslednú časť White Lotusu. Posledná časť čaká z druhej série, dám stiahať tretiu sériu a skúsim vylizovať tretiu sériu. Tak zatiaľ páni. Snáď sa vidíme, keď vstanem, ak vstanem. Držme sa.